direct from the rooftop studio at Balloon Fiesta Park in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Here are your hosts, Glen Moyer and Art Lloyd Jr.
Good morning, Albuquerque. It is day 6, or it's October the 6th. Is it day 6?
Well, since we started on 1, yes.
Okay, I was right after all. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 50th Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta, powered by Exxon Mobil. You're watching Balloon Fiesta Live, also powered by Exxon Mobil, and it's a good Thursday morning. It's Kids Day, Special Shapes Day, going to be a fun day, and a day of competition. I'm Glen Moyer. This guy right here, Art Lloyd Jr. Art, good morning.
I didn't even fix my jacket this morning, right? Yeah, you know, you can take me anywhere, but you better dress me up before you get me there.
Well,
good morning.
I'm surprised both our jackets are dry because yesterday they got pretty well soaked.
They did.
In the morning rain, but yeah, I left mine in the car and I pulled it out this morning. Oh, well, at least it's dry, so.
I did check. We have a little weather station right here on the corner of the studio, and I checked it before I went to bed last night about 9:30 or so, and it had recorded 44/100ths of an inch of rain yesterday. I checked it again this morning, and it had another 4/100ths. So basically, a half an inch of rain has fallen here at Balloon Fiesta Park.
Well,
in the last 24 hours.
We were having that discussion yesterday about what was the wettest balloon fiesta. Well, someone heard us, and I happened to be watching KOB News last night, and they put up this graphic, and we're talking about the wettest fiesta. And so I grabbed a quick picture on my camera. And for the record, the wettest fiesta was 1984, which, by the way, was the first year that I was here as a spectator.
Okay.
2 3/4 inches.
All right.
Following that, 2006, 1.7 inches, 2003, 1.58 inches, 1986, 1.49, and 2011, 1.44 inches. As of last night, this is prior to the rain you're talking about.
Exactly.
6 p.m. last night, only 0.4 inches this year, and the average is 0.5. I think we're probably now above.
We've probably moved up
that
past
average, but we're far from being the wettest fiesta, even though rain, not so much at Fiesta, but all around us, has been the issue we've been dealing with all week.
Exactly. And the other thing is, some of those years, those big ones, we just got those really heavy deluges. I mean, we're talking a lot of that coming down in 1 or 2 days.
Right.
The amount of rain we've gotten this year has been just kind of a
very spotty,
steady drizzle or spotty throughout the days. So a little bit each day. So it's just going to kind of creep up on us there. But the field is going to be pretty wet today. Yeah, they've already asked the competitive pilots to stay on the pavement out there and not drive on the grass. It is the city park, after all, and we don't want to ruin it for that by putting those big ruts and divots of trucks out there.
Yeah.
So,
well, and you and I were talking yesterday. We can recall the year that they brought the news helicopters and even a military helicopter came out and hovered over the field to dry the field out because it was so wet.
And we were going to try and get a Special Shapes Rodeo or Glodeo in that afternoon.
Right.
And we don't want anybody's balloon to get really soaked or muddy or dirty or things like that. So especially the Special Shapes, but we actually brought those helicopters out, and it kind of spiraled. It was kind of like, what are you doing with one helicopter? Somebody else wanted to kind of get pictures of the wet field, and so, the next thing you know, we had all these helicopters out here doing
I think, I've flown a helicopter a little bit and used to do traffic reporting in Dallas, flying a helicopter morning and afternoon. And chopper pilots are a bit like balloon pilots. If one guy's going to get to have fun, hey, I want to have fun too.
Everybody needs to have it.
And so all of a sudden, one chopper pilot hears that, this guy's out hovering around in the, Balloon Fiesta Park. Well, hey, I want to go too. And yeah, we ended up with 3 or 4 choppers out here that year.
And it worked fairly well.
It did.
It did. So
yeah, I've seen that done in other cases, football games, et cetera, where they pulled in helicopters because the downdraft from the rotor blades is what hits the field and helps to then push the water out and dries it out. So yeah, it's not uncommon to see that done in some cases.
So not a problem for those of you watching us on Balloon Fiesta Live at home with your feet up and your coffee and your jammies on, or having your afternoon tea, as the case may be, across the pond.
Yeah, across the pond, it's about lunchtime.
For those of you here on the field, do be careful as you walk around the field. You never know when you'll find a little puddle out there. And so as it gets lighter, those will be easier to see. I did notice as I was out on the field this morning that our field crew has flagged off little portions where it may be especially wet and mushy. So there might be some additional flagging and cones and other warning markers out there about that. So be careful out there on the field this morning, especially until the sun comes up.
And I guess in some sense, the good news is that, it is a day of competition. So about half the pilots will actually not be launching from the field. They'll be going away to fly in a little bit later this morning. And so the traffic on the field, other than pilots coming in for pilot briefing, and as you said, they were advised to park along the asphalt roads, the traffic on the field really won't be as heavy as it might be otherwise if this were, say, Saturday morning.
Although, kind of looking out at our picture here, it appears that we're going to have a great crowd here for Kids Day.
I think so.
Brought to us by KOB TV4, and our Dawn Patrol team is actually standing up their balloons.
I was they're already getting the show underway. They are sponsored by Route 66 Casino and Hotel, and they are they're already getting their show underway by standing all their balloons up. They are lined up there. It looks like they're ready to go this morning.
And I did hear that the intent is for them to actually lift off and fly this morning.
Well, that's promising then, because that would bode well for later this morning. I know, again, last night on KOB they mentioned it, and I checked the weather reports that you and I get sent each morning as an update to the pilots. And wind is certainly not going to be an issue today. The wind is very light. You had to go up over 4,000 feet AGL before you got anything even nearing 10 miles per hour.
You had to go to over 1,000 feet to get to one.
That's true. Yeah,
so
that's true.
Yeah. In fact, there was a conversation about, okay, if the Dawn Patrol lifts off here, can they come back and land on the field? Because they're not going to move away very fast.
They're not going anywhere.
And the answer was no, because we've got all these other balloons to stand up here. So they're going to have to climb to some level to be able to kind of move on out so that we can get the rest of the activities launched and
you really couldn't,
this morning.
One, they have to fly through sunrise, and at sunrise is when we launch the balloons of the day and get the first of the mass ascension, or this morning's ascension, underway. And today, of course, includes all of the special shapes, which in many cases are much larger balloons than just the round balloons. And with the crowd, the field is going to be quite a congested area.
Yeah, look at the crowd around our Dawn Patrol.
Globe. Yeah, quite a few people out here this morning. So the field will be quite congested at that hour. It's not like at the end of competition, which is 9:30 to 10 o'clock in the morning, when we can kind of flag off the south end of the field here and allow the competitors, once they've crossed the target zone, to go ahead and land on the field if they'd like. But for Dawn Patrol, that would be pretty tricky to get them back on the field. So as Art was saying, they're going to have to climb and gain a little bit of altitude and find some speed and a direction off the field at some point in order to get out to some potential landing zones for them.
We do have our camera out at Pilots Briefing, which got underway about 8 minutes or so ago. And we plan to go out there and pick up the weather part of the Pilots Briefing.
Okay.
The weather part of the briefing this year got moved a little bit later into briefing because they're bringing out honorary balloon meisters.
Yeah.
Balloon meisters who have had that role in years previous. So they're reintroducing them to the pilots, or introducing them to some of the newer pilots, and letting them say a few words, kind of reminiscing about some of the things that they did when they were
here in charge in Balloon Meister. Yeah, so there are a lot of things that we're doing in recognition of this being our 50th year, and doing some retro things. They had the zoo party yesterday, which hadn't been done in quite a few years.
Right.
And they kind of brought that back as as kind of a nod to yesteryear, if you will. Many things like that. We've talked about the pilots here that are representing the original 13. We've talked about the Fiesta Gold balloon that debuted here last year that has images of the original 13 balloons on them, and on and on. So there's a lot of nods, if you will, to history, homages to our early beginnings and the folks who made that happen. That includes those balloon meisters through the years.
There is one thing we haven't talked about that we brought back for this year, and
Seriously?
that is balloon mail.
I didn't know they had done that.
Yes, we brought balloon mail back. Balloon mail dates way back into
actually into the French Revolution, as I recall.
Yeah, and they were trying to get messages
out.
They put them in a balloon.
The besieged city. They put them in a balloon and flew them
and away they went. Yeah. And for many years, we had a balloon mail tent here. You could go over and purchase some stationery and basically write your letter and address it. We would fly it in a balloon. The pilot would document that he flew it in what balloon on what day.
Yep.
And then it would get mailed on.
It gets postmarked and mailed on to whoever it was addressed to. Yeah.
So we brought that back. There is no balloon mail tent. You have to go to the official merchandise tents and purchase your balloon mail stationery, which comes with a balloon mail pin, by the way.
Oh.
Don't mail the pin.
No.
Keep the pin, mail the other things.
Yeah.
You laugh, but I can't tell you how much that has been happening.
I'm sure that's the case.
And then then once you fill all that out, address it, all that stuff, bring it back to where you bought it, we'll give it to a pilot who will fly it, document it, just as we talked about doing. Bring it back, we'll put a postage stamp on it, put a special Balloon Fiesta cancellation over that stamp,
right,
and give it to the post office for delivery to its intended.
Awesome.
So it has been very popular. We originally, it was very popular when we first put it out earlier in the before Fiesta. So popular we had to actually make some more. But so I hope that there's still some of that left as well.
Yeah, because a lot of the merchandise is selling out. We're late in the week now. We're beyond the halfway point. As I was telling John Davis when I saw him downstairs this morning, we're on the home stretch, working toward the closing of this event. So if you haven't got the merchandise you want yet, now is a good time to be doing so. And some of it may no longer be available. Another thing, it occurred to me yesterday. I was sitting in the hotel and had to call somebody, and I reached in my pocket, pulled out my cell phone, and I thought last week, well, not last week, 2 weeks ago when I was over in England, the hotels there didn't even have phones in the room anymore. You know, always used to have a telephone, and if you called the front desk, you had to use your cell phone to call the front desk. Well, my hotel here still has phones, but I never use it, and I remembered, and you and I were having a conversation about some of the stuff in the museum from yesteryear, from past fiestas. I still have at home a set. There was a time, folks, before cell phones, when making a long-distance call from Albuquerque, for example, to me to call back home, was quite a chore. And you had to have a card that your phone company provided, or you had a code or whatever. Well, 1 year, and I think 1 year only, Fiesta created a set of phone cards.
I do remember that.
That had images of the mass ascensions, the balloon glow, all of that sort of stuff. Each one was a different image. And they came in a very nice little velveteen, jewelry presentation type box. Yeah. I still have the complete set.
Oh, wow.
And each of them, on each photo, there was typically one balloon that was kind of the premier balloon on that one.
Sure.
I have the matching pin from each balloon that matches, their card. I have the pin stuck through the card, and a couple of the cards are not even used. But I have that full set, and they're little black boxes with the gold Fiesta logo from that year. And I thought, how far have we come that we no longer have to have phone cards or you pick up and ask for an operator to make a long distance call.
Right.
Yeah, you just reach in your pocket, use your cell phone, and it's so simple. But that's something that's, maybe I should give that back to Fiesta and they can put it to use in a museum or something somewhere, because I don't know how many of those sets are out there.
Yeah.
And to have them all still in their boxes. So phone cards are definitely a bit retro.
Yeah, now phone cards are those little things we call SIM cards.
Exactly.
And now we're even moving away from those already.
Now, my iPhone can use either a physical SIM card, also has an eSIM, which means it's electronic inside the phone.
There you go. Hey, we want to clarify, we were talking about trucks on the field and all that kind of stuff. We want to clarify, trucks can be on the field. We've asked our competitive pilots to keep their trucks on the asphalt.
Because they're driving out.
They're going to drive out.
So there's no reason to park on the grass.
Right. Those that are going to launch from here, you're perfectly fine to be on the grass. Someone, I think, misheard us as we were talking about that earlier. So we just wanted to clarify that for folks.
Well, far be it that we would have misspoken.
No.
We know that
never
happens.
But people mishear.
Absolutely.
Hey, one of the other things, speaking of things that have been brought back or that we're doing in cooperation and connection with the 50th Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta, is our Heritage Committee, and more specifically a group of 4, have put together 50 Years of Magic, a very nice coffee table book that is available for sale.
Yep.
And the authors of that book will be over at the South Merchandise tent this morning.
Okay.
And they'll be doing a book signing over there.
Okay.
So you can go over and grab that book and actually get it signed by the 4 authors. I think all 4 are going to be over there this morning. They will also be back on Saturday to do that if you don't get it done today. But,
well, if I had known, I would have brought my books with me, because as editor of Ballooning Journal, I was given a copy of the book for review, obviously.
Right. Review copies.
And
promotional copies.
Promotional copies. The Fiesta,
freebies.
Also freebies. Yep. I said I was given a copy. I made no bones about I bought it. Unlike the Easy Up, which I haven't been given, but we won't go there.
I double-checked your contract. It's not in there.
I knew there was a problem with that contract. I need to rework that next year. It's time to renegotiate anyway after 33 years. But my book isn't. Well, maybe it is signed. I'll have to go back and check when I get home. But I'm sure it's not signed by all 4 authors. But it is a great book. It's a gorgeous coffee table book if you're a balloon fan. Something you should definitely think about adding to your library. There's also a new children's book out about Balloon Fiesta.
The best day ever.
Best day ever. And I was given a freebie, a comp,
Promotional review copy.
A promotional review copy, absolutely, of that as well. So I have that in my library.
All righty.
Yeah, so let's move on to something more important.
Check those out. Again, the book's available at the North and South Merchandise tent. The signing is taking place at the South, Merchandise tent.
And it is a great book. I encourage, if you don't have it and you have a nice library, it's a great book to leave out on the coffee table and look back at Fiesta. And it kind of has chapters about each of the different events that we fly, with some background and some photos from both current and past years.
I was just going to say, while we've kind of billed it and marketed it as a nice coffee table book, one that you would just flip through the pictures, there are articles or stories that accompany the book, and some of the folks that have had the book for a while since it first came out, while they love the pictures, they say the articles are even better. So it's certainly something to get it for both.
Absolutely, and there's a great deal of historical information in the book. It was well done by all 4 of the authors who put it together. We call it a coffee table book because it's of that size, and it has very nice pictures, and it's the type of book you wouldn't necessarily want to put in a bookshelf and leave it sitting there. You'd like to leave it sitting out so that people who are visiting can have a look at it and flip through the pages. But if you're interested in the history of Fiesta, there is a great deal of information in the book, as well as just nice pictures.
Looks like we're launching. Actually launching our Dawn Patrol team this morning.
Is that Tim Taylor there in his Stars and Stripes?
It is. It is.
Look at the crowd.
On weekend mornings and, on Mass Ascension mornings, so Wednesday and weekends, we do a full show where we talk to them and we coordinate that, play a little music underneath it. This being a Thursday, the idea, they just set the balloons up and do their kind of own thing out there, and we just kind of talk about it as it happens.
Yeah, well, we weren't able to do the show yesterday anyway because of the rain, so maybe today's kind of a makeup as well.
So while our Dawn Patrol appears to be getting ready to launch out there, we have gotten to the weather portion of Pilot's Briefing. So let's check in and see what the pilots are hearing about weather this morning.
4,000 feet and a wind out of the east at 080 at 11 knots. And we'll talk more about that here in a second. Double Eagle is 50 degrees, dew point of also 50, relative humidity 100%. Barometric pressure is on the rise at 30.35 inches of mercury. They have a wind out of the north, 010 at 4 knots, and a broken ceiling at 4,200 feet. So in the TAFs, the new TAFs came out just a little bit ago, and they kind of outlined a more optimistic picture than what the overnight TAFs were kind of suggesting. What they're saying for Albuquerque Sunport is a 090 wind at 14 knots, visibility greater than 6 miles, overcast ceiling at 5,000 feet. And then at Double Eagle, a 020 at 6 knots. And they're both valid through noon today. Visibility greater than 6 miles and overcast at 4,000 feet. So the prevailing flow, as you can see here on the map, we've got this low pressure that was basically camped right out over Albuquerque yesterday. It has retrograded back to the west and is now located along the Arizona-New Mexico border. And you can see that pretty well right in this mid-level chart right here. You can see that counterclockwise circulation right here. And so what that does with the high pressure that's built into the central portion of the U.S., it's basically pushed us into easterly winds from the east going to the west. So the winds are coming from the mountain, but we're behind the mountain. So that's a good thing for us in the fact that we're shielded. And so when you're looking at the low-level winds right here around Balloon Fiesta Park, it's like if you dropped a rock in the stream and then tried to predict what's going to happen immediately behind the rock. So really, I'm expecting light and variable winds, and we can start to see the Dawn Patrol kind of illustrating that fact. And that's what I expect in the near surface layer. I think in the lowest levels, we're probably going to have maybe a little bit of drainage, but it's going to be very muted by the fact that we've got all this cloud cover associated with the low pressure system here. So I don't think it's going to be overly strong, but if you were to find a north wind, it would be in the near surface layer. But I think in that lowest 1,500 feet, we're going to generally be looking at variable winds. In terms of what we're seeing with the radar, you can see that there's a downward trend in shower activity. I wouldn't be surprised if there's an isolated shower that we have to kind of keep our eye on, but for the most part, I think it's looking fairly good. I think the favored area for showers today, later on today especially, is going to be south of I-40. So that we're going to have to keep our eye down there. With this cloud cover, we still could get a little bit unstable, but I don't think it will be as unstable as what we may have seen earlier in the week. And so we may have an isolated thunderstorm or two, but in general, just more shower activity developing, and they'll become more numerous as the day goes on as well. But again, that favored area is down to the south. So here's what the satellite image looks like, and you can see that we've got that easterly push, or easterly wind pushing the clouds to the west. So up here you can see that those clouds starting to migrate back to the west. With the low pressure system somewhere located around where my cursor is at here, you can see that counterclockwise circulation, and then once you get down into northern Mexico, things are flowing from west to east. Okay, so on the DTEC system itself, it's showing that very, very light winds in the near surface layer, and they're very variable. That was interesting. All right, so in general, like I said, I think you're going to see a light north wind in that near surface layer, and then it's going to be, once you get about, let's say, 500 to 1,000 feet in the atmosphere, it's just going to be all sorts of fun in the fact that you're going to find different layers taking you different directions, and it may be somewhat inconsistent, as you can see in the profiler data here. So for competitors this morning, I would encourage you to use the latest DTEC information to try to plan your flight. In addition, once you get aloft, I think that there's going to be a more consistent east to west push, and that's where it's not blocked from the mountain anymore, and we're getting that prevailing flow from the east to the west. With that said, down towards Albuquerque Sunport, we saw that the winds were stronger down there, and they're also forecast to be stronger down there. That's because of the gap in the mountains down there that the flow is able to get through. So if you are flying south this morning, I would recommend not going south of I-40. If you get south of I-40, surface winds will probably pick up out of the east, and it may not be as advantageous for you as if you were to stay closer up to the park up here. Speaking of landings, some recommendations from some local pilots. What they recommended with the wet conditions that we've seen over the last 48 hours. By the way, yesterday we saw about another half an inch here at Balloon Fiesta Park itself. So over the last 48 hours, we've had around an inch. Is that you're going to see the wettest conditions here in the river valley itself, and the drier conditions either to the east of the park up towards the foothills. Anywhere east of the park, though, is generally good, or way out on the West Mesa. So if you get up high and you're not in the clouds, if you get up high and take that east to west and you get out on the West Mesa there, it also drains off a bit better there. Okay, so that's the general pattern here this morning. When we were running the pieballs and the drone winds as well, we were seeing very, very similar conditions to what the DTEC system was showing. Very, very light winds in the low levels, and I do not anticipate those picking up today, especially with that higher level cloud cover that we're going to have throughout the day today. Okay, so here's the drone winds. As you can see, that everything was under 5 miles an hour, but when we ran it, we were seeing a north wind in the near surface layer. It looks like that may be even lighter now than what we were seeing before. And finally, here is the latest pieball information. When we were running the pieball, we did not see there was a west to east push for a little while in the profiler information. When we ran the pieball, we did not necessarily get that. So that's kind of what that is. But it's, again, very, very light winds until you get to about 5,000 feet, and then you get that easterly push taking you back to the west. Okay, with that, we have Logan Macon this morning helping us with the weather pieball. Do I have a launch director in the area to give Logan permission to launch? Nice job.
So you just heard the weather portion of our pilot's briefing this morning from Brad T. Meyer out there. And he talked about that there's a little bit of, at the surface, kind of going to the east. When you went up, it went to the west. We're looking at the Dawn Patrol show, and that is exactly what happened.
Yeah.
They're all up high enough now that they are moving to the west, but while he was talking, only half were moving that high, the other half were still low.
Those down low were going over toward Main Street by the time they got across the field, east or west-east. And so almost we have an east-west box, it would appear.
Instead of the north-south.
Instead of north-south, because the balloons, as they launched, did go east, headed toward Main Street. As they got over Main Street, climbed, gained a little altitude. Now they're heading straight out west toward the river, which is exactly what he was just saying pilots will probably want to do, because the driest landing zones are out in the West Mesa. So you're going to want to go up and get some altitude to get above the Sandias that are blocking some of that east to west wind. Although these
you
pilots
don't even have to go that high, though.
Yeah, these pilots, the Dawn Patrol is certainly not that high, and they're getting a very definite flow to the west.
And look at the red, white, and blue one. You can't see that on the camera there probably as well as we can, but he's much lower than the others, and he's not going to the west, so that different levels are still there.
Yeah.
Going to make for some interesting navigation and strategies when we get to competition later this morning, if this indeed holds up throughout the morning.
Well, it would, because you also heard Brad say some of the wettest areas are down in the riverbed. Well, the riverbed to the east, if this flow holds, that would be a key place for launching, and then come in at low level.
Stay low,
and come across the field, and then you could go up and high and get out to the West Mesa for landing. But an approach from the east and low, if that flow stays in place,
from
and
the
it may
west
not,
end.
from the west end, but that would mean launching in some of the wettest areas of the town right now, because that's where so much of the rain has been.
Well, all of that flows downhill, and that's the lowest point. So that's why that's
okay.
That's what that is.
Thank you, Captain Obvious. It's good to have you here this morning.
But
you're absolutely right. And
now look what's happening. They've dropped back down, so they are definitely playing that east-west box.
They're basically riding that Ferris wheel around and around over the field here. Yep. The other point would be that the fact they might be launching in a wet area is good. That if the balloon gets wet as they're launching, then they're going to come flying in here, and then they're going to go up and they're going to fly out west.
It's going to
By
dry
that
out.
time, it's going to dry out. So having to launch in a wet area might not be that bad this morning.
Just watch out for the mud of that. If you can find a wet grass or something like that, that's the better part.
Might have some stuck chase vehicles, I would suspect.
Got to be careful about
this
that
morning.
as well. So the other good news is that Brad said it looked like all the weather was going to stay south of I-40.
Right.
Which is
some distance
5
from
or 6
us.
miles south of us here, somewhere on that order. And so, so hopefully that all stays there, and hopefully we're going to actually get some sun today, help dry some things out. And maybe that that break and the weather was supposed to start becoming better, maybe that has actually started to happen now. In fact, the fact that we have Dawn Patrol balloons up, we're definitely there.
Yeah, let's hope so. And even the rain that is expected today is really, I think, due after lunch, so it's not shouldn't impact us this morning. And if it comes in the afternoon and then quits, we'll be good for tonight's Rodeo
Yep.
as well.
Yep.
So yeah, it could be that finally Mother Nature is allowing us to have the 50th celebration we've been wanting.
And he did confirm that we had a half an inch of rain here in the last 24 hours.
Right.
But we'd had a half an inch of rain the 24 hours prior to that.
Right.
So we are at an inch as you were going through the numbers there. So we're definitely climbing up the ladder.
Still
although
a ways
long
away
way to
from
go
the
to
wettest.
become the wettest.
Yeah. And you're right. Look, that the flow is still there because there's Tim Taylor in his Stars
Right
and
back
Stripes
over where he
balloon,
started.
Right back over where he launched from. He's down fairly low, and again crossing the field from west to east. He's flying over toward Main Street, while the other balloons above him, some have stayed high and have already gone out to the west. Several of the other Dawn Patrol, though, are down lower, and they are coming back across the field again. So they're riding that box or the Ferris wheel of the wind pattern that we have that is definitely east to west this morning, which is a bit unusual for us. Normally our prevailing winds are from the south with drainage winds out of the north. That's what gives us the Albuquerque box. This morning, though, it looks like an east to west box, and that's fine too.
Yeah, it's always fun when we have the opportunity to continue to fly around and around. Hey, Whittier, California is checking in here. They were here in 2014. Brooke, you need to come back so that we can see you again here. And Drop Sky says he's now, or she is now headed out to the field, and someone's saying, boy, we hope you're close by.
Yeah. Well, we've had certainly people this week that have been here in Albuquerque, sitting in their hotel rooms, lying in bed, watching us, trying to decide whether they should get up and come to the field. And the nice advantage is during the weekdays, now today's a bit different, but Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, the crowds here are not that large because, one, the local folks have to go to work.
And school.
And so the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday weekday crowds are a little bit smaller, and so the traffic isn't nearly as bad, and you can wait and leave later in the morning and still get here in time to see all the activities. If you did that on a Saturday morning, especially opening weekend, you'd be sitting in traffic an hour after the balloons had already landed. So this is one of those days when, yeah, you could get up a little later and and still get out to the field this morning. So that's probably what that person is doing. They're probably locally.
Well, and I don't know if that was that person or not, but I saw some folks saying that they were actually parked in the North RV Park.
Yeah.
We have four RV parks here
Right.
that you can rent a space in. And so I know a number of the folks actually do watch us from there, and they can watch us online, or they can actually watch us on Channel 28.
That's right. We
Low
have our
power
own
TV station. Yep.
We're TV stars, which is a bit unusual because we both have a face for radio. But anyway,
Hey, in these days, ever since the switch to digital television signals and radio, there are so many opportunities for content. And then, of course, the fact that you can go live with your phone from anywhere at any time.
Yeah.
I remember when early days of TV and live shots, it was a minimum of 2 hours to get the truck out and get it set up before you could go live from any place.
I can recall doing the first live shot from KBMT, Channel 12 in Beaumont when I worked there. And it was a live shot from a hospital that's only a mile away from the station.
Yeah.
But we didn't have, that was even before we had trucks, but we had to have there was a unit at the hospital, and then there was a unit somewhere halfway that relayed to there, and then another relay back to the state. It was the most complicated thing in the world, but it was an amazing thing because no one had ever done live TV in the Beaumont-Port Arthur market at that time. And so nowadays you could do it with your phone. In fact, last night I was sitting in the hotel, and my good friend Terry Dillard, who flies Flip Flop Fantasies, by the way, here from Florida, was live on Facebook from the Special Shapes Flight of the Nations party last night.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, he was showing us what they were having for dinner and the dance floor and all that kind of stuff. So anybody can go live almost anywhere in the world now. Martin Axtell checking in once again from the UK. Good morning, Martin. Caroline Collins also watching from over there. I saw, let's see if I can get back to it. We had a check in from Finland, and It's a balloonist I know because he's written for the magazine before, and I'm sorry I've forgotten the name now. Don't know if I can scroll back up there and catch that. But Finland checking in. I saw Australia had checked in again today. So, yep, the signal is getting out there and around Scottsbluff, Nebraska. There we go.
Got Utah over here.
Utah, yeah. Got Valdosta, Georgia. There's Martin from the UK as I'm scrolling back. Good morning from the Texas Panhandle. And Ozarks, from the Lake of the Ozarks in Missouri, or Missouri, as some would say.
Yeah.
Another good morning from Texas, North Carolina. Good morning, Dan Droege. Dan's watching. I think he's back in Longview, Texas by now. Arkansas. And Brazil. Oh, haven't seen Brazil yet this week.
There we go.
So that's kind of cool. Wisconsin. I'm trying to find. Well,
while you're looking, let's talk about the lights that are hanging below those Dawn Patrol balloons.
Hi, Lisa.
Obviously, when the burner is lit up, the entire envelope lights up. But the rest of the time, the balloon is pretty dark. And because we are federally registered aircraft, we have to have aircraft lighting. And so there is a solid light and a strobe light hanging below the basket. That is so that other aircraft can see us. And the idea behind the white is if you are in the sky flying and you are approaching a white light, you are literally coming onto that other aircraft.
That, or you're having a religious experience and seeing a light in the sky when you shouldn't.
So if everyone knows about the red and the green lights on the side of the plane, that tells you what side you're approaching, and you can see the green light moving this way, then you know it's moving that direction, etc. But when you see the white light, you are actually you are approaching that aircraft, basically the back of that aircraft. And so we are white from all directions, because if you see the white light, you're coming right at us.
And that's in part, too, because there is not necessarily a left side and a right side to the balloon, because it's round, obviously. Vesa Linsu was who I was trying to find the check-in from. Says, good morning from Funland, which actually is Finland, the home of the Midnight Balloon Meet. And, yeah, they've flown through the midnight sun there. And he's written a couple of nice articles about that for Ballooning Magazine. So, good morning, Vesa.
There is a
Vesa says now Finland is Washington, so he's in Funland, but no, it's actually Finland.
Okay. Yeah. There was a question over here about, do we close the airports? And the answer is no. The airport's pretty far away. We don't usually get down there, although we can get that way. What we do, though, is for a 4-mile circle around the center of the field here, the FAA issues what they call a TFR, or Temporary Flight Restrictions. And within that 4 miles, up to about 9,600 feet, if I'm remembering the numbers correct, it's either 8,000 or 9,000 in there, no other aircraft can be in that circle, that 4-mile circle, without being specifically registered with the Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta. So our 650 balloons, a couple of news helicopters, those are the only aircraft that can be in the sky within that 4 miles.
And that TFR includes drones.
Exactly where I was headed.
Well, I'm looking, there are a couple of green little lights over there, and I think that's a drone, and that may be our drone.
There is one drone that has been authorized by Balloon Fiesta to be in the area to take our pictures. I'm getting reports that there are unauthorized drones flying in our airspace. And just a word to the warning, that is illegal. The authorities will find you. They have drone detection. You know, there's a remote control signal going on. They'll be able to detect that. They will come looking for you.
It's not quite like Liam Neeson, who says, I will find you, I will kill you.
Oh, yeah, we'll find you.
We won't kill you. We might kill your drone, but we won't kill you. But we'll find you.
We'll find and find.
And find. That's right. We will find with a D and find with an E.
And potentially take away your drone operator license.
That's right. So it could be a very costly opportunity for you. Someone on our Facebook group was just asking the question, are you both pilots? And for your information, yes. Art and I are both licensed hot air balloon pilots. I flew for about 25 years before my knees got so bad that I finally retired. So I'm not actively flying, but I do still hold a commercial pilot's license, and I'm sure that you do as well, and you are still actively flying. In fact, you earlier got to put some of the time on the new Coyote Roadrunner balloon you were telling us about.
That was about 2 weeks ago. Been a little bit busy with things here, making sure things are ready. So it's been a couple of weeks, but I mean that's not that long a time in the ballooning world since I've had my hands on a burner. And yes, I got to put the last few minutes on the Roadrunner Coyote balloon before it was officially certified for as much full flight as it can. That first flight at the Coronado Center last Friday at our tribute flight, when we put 13 balloons up, each one of them representing and paying tribute to the original 13 balloons. And what was really fitting that day is most of those balloons taking off from Coronado Center, where the first one took place 50 years ago, landed right here
at the field,
at the balloon field. 50 years later to make that flight. Really nice symbolic transition from 50 years ago to today. That was a really fabulous day.
John Grier, I think he was one who was asking if we were both pilots, also noting that, unauthorized drones will get you a visit from the FAA and probably some of the local law enforcement as well.
Some of our folks are talking about hunting down drone operators, that they've done that in other situations at other locations.
We had Pat Cannon, the current president of the Balloon Federation of America, here with us earlier this week, and many times in the past he's been balloonmeister at the Plano Balloon Festival in Texas, where you were just last week.
Yep.
And I can recall years when I was there with Pat, when we would see a drone operating near the field, and they have a TFR, most ballooning events do, a temporary flight restriction area. And I can remember them chasing down and finding that drone operator, and it was like the FAA was there, the FBI was there, the local Plano police were there. It was not a fun party for that drone operator.
No.
So if you've got a drone, don't get it in and around our restricted area, or we're going to make your day, and not in the sense that you would like it.
And people wonder, well, why the FBI? And that's because federal aircraft, tampering with the federal aircraft in the federal airspace, you're talking about dealing with the feds, and that's the FBI who comes in.
And that's never fun, dealing with the feds.
No.
On any level, whatever it might be.
Supported, of course, by all the local authorities and agencies.
Exactly.
And all of that. But at Plano, by the way, it was the police department that was flying the drones.
Yeah.
So they were out there, and they could easily find the other drone operators.
I bet they could. Lisa Archuleta asks, speaking of drones, has the drone show happened already? The drone show doesn't happen except on, correct me, Art, Saturdays and Sundays on our weekend mass ascensions, our nighttime glows. So it will happen tonight as part of the Rodeo Glodio event, but it does not happen on the weekday mornings. So no, it has not happened, and it will not happen, so you haven't missed it. But if you tune in tonight during our coverage of tonight's Special Shapes Glodio, then you will have a chance to see that amazing drone show. And if you have not seen it, it's well worth making a point to take it in. It's quite the spectacle.
Yeah, the entire schedule for tonight, and then we ought to come back and talk about this morning's schedule, I guess, before
we
we
don't
get
too
ahead
far
of
ourselves.
Yeah, but tonight, Fast Tracks jumps at 5, bringing the flag in. We'll be on the air at 6. We'll show that back to you here on the stream. Those of you on the field, you get to watch it live at 5 o'clock. Then we'll have our Glodio, and at 7:30, Fast Tracks is back with a pyrotechnic jump. The drone show he was just talking about at 7:45. Of course, Team Fast Tracks presented by the City of Las Vegas, New Mexico, and the aerial drone show sponsored by Sandia Resort and Casino. And then at 8 o'clock, it's our Afterglow fireworks show. And don't forget that that entertainment takes place on our Main Street stage today as well. Pleasure Pilots in the early afternoon, and Daryl Perry at the fireworks time. So a full day of things here at Balloon Fiesta. And of course, this morning is Kids Day, brought to us by KOB TV. A number of great little goodie bags were handed out to kids this morning out there by the Main Street stage. I haven't heard if the I wonder if look there. The
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, there's where we got the milk for your cereal.
That is utterly ridiculous.
So you could swing by the Main Street stage. I've not heard whether they have exhausted their supplies of free goodies for the kids or not. That started at 4:30 this morning, but you might swing by and see if there's anything left out there. And if not, remember that all of our balloonists were given balloon cards. So today would be a great day, especially since we should have all 120 special shapes out here, some of which are only here today and tomorrow. So some of those, you'll want to be collecting those balloon cards from as many pilots as you can. We continue to watch the Dawn Patrol pilots as they fly around. I've lost count how many times they've flown over the field as they just keep flying this little east to west box. So they kind of get not even as far west as the river, they just kind of get off the edge of the field and they drop down and come back across the field, and they get just past Main Street and they go up and go back again. So they just continue to go left and right across the field. And yeah, click up on the thumbs up button. Sure, you know, and while you're there, subscribe to the Balloon Fiesta YouTube channel as well. And because we post videos all year long on the Balloon Fiesta YouTube channel. Whether it's, we do obviously all these live shows during Balloon Fiesta, but we'll put other videos up along the line. Maybe it's something new and exciting that's coming out. We always put out when the new calendar is out, when the poster is out, with some background information behind that, and other things that happen as well. And in fact, the Balloon Fiesta calendar for years now has had videos embedded in it. Yeah. So you can take your camera, point it at one of the full screen, full page pictures on the calendar and have this video come to life. I have started posting those videos from past calendars, not giving anything away for the new one, but after the calendar's been out, then we start releasing some of those past videos as well. So every month you get another 2-minute video or so of things happening here at Balloon Fiesta.
Awesome. Speaking of awesome, I just got a text from a good friend of mine who has been here for years. Today we've been telling you all week really that it's a great time to do some shopping. It's a little more crowded today than it has been the last couple of days because it is Kids Day, so we've got all the kids here who are out of school, and a lot of their parents are here as well. But walking along Main Street, always a great time to go shopping. And just got a quick message, text from one of my friends here, one of our vendors, Arizona Tube Art. We've had them on the show in the past. I have several of their products in my own home. I've given them as gifts. The story, very quickly, is the gentleman who owns the company was in the construction business. Construction kind of took a downturn, and he had all of this pipe product that he couldn't do anything with. And I think it was his daughter who came to him with an idea, and they started creating these gorgeous luminaries. If you know what a luminaria is, they're well, let's see. The easiest way to describe it, it's a tube that they can put all kinds of designs on, and they do. They have balloons. They have anything. I've had them actually make a couple of custom ones with a friend's logo from her company put on there. Anyway, and a candle drops inside it, and it is a beautiful luminaria that you can get. But anyway, my point is he just sent me a message saying they're now making night lights as well as their traditional luminarias, and their tent is a great one to go into because they always have it darkened so you can walk into the tent there on Main Street and see the impact, see how these beautiful lighted products that they make, their luminarias, how they glow in the dark and what they look like in your home. And they make them in all kinds of sizes. I've got one at home that's, gosh, I mean, it's a centerpiece on my coffee table, and it's huge. They make individual ones, which make great night lights, as they are. If you put one perhaps in your bathroom for overnight, you know, or whatever. But anyway, go by and see the good folks at Arizona Tube Art. They are very good friends of mine, and I absolutely highly endorse their product. They're absolutely wonderful. They last forever, and you can get and they sell them with the electronic candles that look just like a candle, but they're not, to light these things up. So go by and check them out, and I'll get down there and take a look. They now have new night lights in addition to their traditional luminarias. Just one of the many vendors down along Main Street that you can do some business with. So quick commercial plug, no apologies. They're good friends of mine, and I'm glad to have them back here again this year.
Dawn Patrol balloons continue to box around the field, east to west. They're starting to move just a little bit farther out now as we get closer to the launch of all of our other balloons. We actually see our balloon of the day, Xfinity. Sean Askren having Xfinity standing up for us. Appropriate because it is a brand new special shaped balloon. Looks like a normal round balloon. In fact, our shot, you'd say, oh, what's he talking about? But as we get a little bit different angle, you see that those hearts are all appendages on the side of the balloon. So that is the special shape, the new special shape of Xfinity, our balloon of the day. And just about 10 minutes or so away from the launch of the balloon of the day with our national anthem and the colors going airborne to get us officially underway here at the 50th Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta.
You know, I've done something really stupid here, and I'm not sure how I did it, but I've lost the live feed on Facebook on my phone, and I've gotten into some of the archive feeds. I was seeing yesterday's feed every time about how wet it was and it was raining.
Yeah.
It's pouring down, it's not, and now I can't get back to the live feed.
Tech support.
Yeah, really. Where's an IT guy? Wait, you work for Apple. You know how to make these things work.
Yeah, but you're on Facebook. We got to get the meta guys back over here.
But it's an iPhone. You know, I mean, there's an Apple component, I suppose you could say. But yeah, see, I don't see the live feed. See, that's yesterday's feed there that I'm seeing, and I don't see.
Where's the meta, folks, when you need it?
Maybe that's the right one. Let's see. Is that today's?
It says live, 52 minutes.
That looks like today's.
That's where we are.
All right, I'm back.
Okay.
Yay!
Art tech support rides again.
Yeah, tell you what, you didn't do anything but look at the screen while I was messing with it.
It's the magic look. It's the magic look. I was doing tech support yesterday afternoon. Our back end processor for all of our merchandise tents, etc. They implemented an upgrade yesterday morning.
Oh, that's great.
With new permissions, so we couldn't shut down our registers at the end of the morning yesterday. So I got to troubleshoot all of that yesterday, only to find out that it was just as simple as, okay, you put new permissions in and the default was denied, so I had to just change those.
Now, since you're going to brag about your IT skills, here's a question for you. Sally Mason is asking, is there a link to a list of the vendors? So does that exist on balloonfiesta.com or something like that?
There is. If you were to go on the main page, balloonfiesta.com, and slide over to the merchandise tab, there is, underneath that, there is a link to concession sales. And usually we have a list there, but I see that we didn't post that list today.
Okay.
So
well,
that would be where it would be.
If it were there.
If it were there.
But it isn't.
Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah.
However, I can tell you, thanks to Natalie Barton's comment, that if you're looking for more on the Arizona Tube Art I was just talking about, their website, their link is www.aztubes.com.
Now, where there is a link to all the vendors and artisans and those types of folks is on the Balloon Fiesta mobile app. So, if you were to go to your favorite store, the Apple Store or Google Play Store, etc., and search for the Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta app, you would be able to find a list of all of those. And if you were on the field, you'd be able to tap on that name, and it would actually give you directions right to their tent.
Well, and that's all well and good. I suspect
but the list is there too.
Okay, because I think the question's point was someone who's watching who's not here, how can they find who all the vendors are? And
download the app.
Yeah,
download the app.
Okay.
You'll also have a list of all the pilots and their pictures of their balloons and all kinds of other great stuff there. In fact, there's even a link there to watch Balloon Fiesta live. So there's a lot of great information and resources on the Balloon Fiesta mobile app, and even an opportunity for you to win some great prizes as well. Buy tickets, see who our sponsors are. So we have put more of our information in the mobile app. Check it out. The Apple App Store or Google Play Store works great on both Apple and Android phones.
Awesome. So Dawn Patrol looks to pretty much have moved out of the area. They are all off west of the field now. The sky is beginning to lighten. We can see some blue sky above us. There certainly is still clouds in the area, which we expect certainly for the next day or so, as this, although the low pressure, as Brad said, has now moved off to the southwest. It isn't parked right on top of us, but we're still in that counterclockwise flow of weather, and so we've still got clouds in the area, as you can see on the video screen there from our live shot. But there are some significant breaks in the clouds, and the cloud cover is high enough that it should give us a good flyable ceiling this morning. And yeah, Dawn Patrol now have all worked their way out west of the field. You can see a few of them still in the sky there on the live screen.
I'm adjusting radios here because we've got a lot of official talk going on one radio,
you know,
and the
I would
stage
think
is
with
going
all
on the other.
with all the technical gear you've got there, you should be able to just talk to God and get this stuff straightened out.
Yeah.
Talk to Mother Nature or somebody, because you've got more radios than I think a Radio Shack store has.
Well, I have one radio that I'm talking, monitoring the official traffic. I have another radio with the information to the stage and the national anthem. In fact, there they go on us.
Wow.
The Albuquerque Girl Choir performing the national anthem this morning for us as Sean Askren takes the balloon of the day, Xfinity Rewards, airborne with our colors. And so that is basically the signal that our other balloons can start to inflate. So we're actually seeing the fans pushing the ambient or air temperature into our ride balloons. And this balloon that we're seeing right here on the ground is our Hot Minute Exxon Mobil balloon. Exxon Mobil powering not only Balloon Fiesta Live, but the entire Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta. Glad to have them as a presenting sponsor. Our balloon camera this morning scheduled to be in the Hot Minute Exxon Mobil balloon this morning. So we'll be able to bring you pictures from the sky as well as from around the field. And as competition gets underway this morning, we will take our second mobile camera and I will go down into the scoring area, and we'll be able to bring you up close and personal video and commentary from right in the scoring area as that happens. That's scheduled for about 8 o'clock this morning, so we have about an hour or so to get all of our regular shaped balloons launched. And as you can see, that pattern to the east is still there at low altitude as our Xfinity balloon slowly drifts over Main Street and our concessions. And starting, yep, no, he's still definitely going to the east. You can actually see the flag with less mass kind of giving you a clue as to that's the direction he's going to be going in and is going in. And then of course we see all the colors, a lot of yellow. Rainbow Rider's basic color is yellow with red and orange, etc. There's a great shot of Xfinity with the flag. The rope coming down around the right side, that's the crown line. That's the line that we use to help stabilize the balloon on inflation and deflation during flight. it's just connected back to the basket to keep it from tangling from anything you might come near as you come into land. And there's a good shot. You see all the tops. That's those round circle areas. That's the vent. Those are all being held in place right now with just Velcro tabs, just to hold it in place while the balloon is laying over on its side. Once the pilot heats the air and the balloon stands up, they will pull all those Velcro tabs loose, and the hot air, the pressure of the hot air, will hold that piece of fabric in place. The pilot can open it by pulling a rope at the basket and let some hot air out, therefore the balloon cools and would drop. So that's the steering, if you will, of a hot air balloon, by letting air out those openings, the parachute top or the vent. And the other part of the steering, if you want to go the other way, which of course would be up, is to put some more heat by using your burners. And then pilots put the balloon at the altitude that they find a wind that is going the direction they would like to go in. Sean is keeping the Xfinity balloon pretty low. Our Dawn Patrol balloons went up a few hundred feet, went back to the west, dropped down, went to the east, and basically continued to fly an east-west box. There you see the Dawn Patrol balloons off in the distance as the Rainbow Riders balloons inflate. And our big Exxon Mobil tent right off the front of our rooftop studio here. As we mentioned, Exxon Mobil, a new and exciting presenting sponsor for us here at Balloon Fiesta. The big white area we see on the screen now is a tarp for where a balloon will be laid out. I almost would predict we'll see Arabelle right there. Again, it is Special Shapes Day here at Balloon Fiesta, the first of two. We expect all 120 of our special shapes to stand up. They will be along the east, unless we change it because of the wind directions. They're scheduled to be along the eastern side of the field. And the rest of we'll have another group of balloons. Our regular shaped balloons fly out of the field this morning. And then about 8 o'clock, we will start our competition flights as well. Ruth Lind has managed to catch up with a good old friend of mine, Steve Stucker. Ruth?
Yeah.
Or Elton John, you couldn't really.
Hi, you guys. I'm down here on the field with Steve Stucker of KOB. Steve, in Maine, we would call your costume here wicked. How long did it take you to put all this together? My mic, not yours.
Well, we've been doing this for about 34 years. I came out one year as a volunteer, got hooked, and the next year was hired by KOB and suggested to them that we come out and do some daily coverage. And that's when I started really collecting the pins, and it's just kind of grown into madness for 34 years now.
That's absolutely wonderful. And you're out here every single day. And I also saw that you are on the balloon raffle quilt this year.
Oh, yeah. The ladies over there at the New Mexico Quilters Association have been really good to us, and I've been on the quilt several times. They also donate handmade quilts to my nonprofit, Beds for Kids. So little kids get some really cool quilts. But it's just so much fun. And, it's been 34 years, and so far, perfect attendance. I haven't missed a single day in 34 years out here. I kind of like this thing.
That's very impressive. I want to hear more about Beds for Kids.
Well, we're a 501c3 with the IRS and registered with the state of New Mexico, and we give free beds to needy families. We average about 200 people every month. We've got an 8,000 square foot warehouse. We solicit donations of gently used beds that are in good condition, and when we have the money, we buy new beds. I think we spent about $85,000, $90,000 on new beds last year. It's all volunteers. It kind of came out of the blue. And it's just a wonderful group of about 75 people that work every day to put people in beds. And it's really a cool thing. Our website is bedsforkids.org, and it's kind of a weird spelling. Beds, the numeral 4, and then kids with a Z, so bedsforkids.org. And there you can see all about us and donate or apply for beds if you know somebody that's in a needy situation.
That's a wonderful, wonderful thing you're doing. And before we go, I want to add another pin to your costume.
Look at this.
Let Tom get a picture of this.
I was going to see, I wanted to read it upside down and backwards here. It says Balloon Fiesta Live.
Yes.
Got to find a good spot. Right here where one just popped off, I got a brand new one here.
There you go.
You know, when I walk, I jingle jangle like Santa Claus and his reindeer.
What does that all weigh?
About 25 pounds. It hurts. 6 hours on the asphalt is painful, but it's all worth it. The kids, and I mean by that adults too, because that's what I love about Balloon Fiesta. Everybody turns into a little kid out here. They see these folks inflating and flying, and it's just like Christmas morning. I don't care if you're 6 or 60 or 96. It's magical, and I love it.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Steve. We'll send it back up to the stage.
Thanks, Ruth. Good to see Steve. Of course, he could use his microphone if he would interview you on KOB Channel 4 as well. You guys could do a dueling live shot with the two of you there.
I caught a commercial last night on Channel 4 where Steve's head and his hat,
balloon hat,
are a special shape.
Yeah.
You know, there's a basket that's attached to his chin, so it's just his head. It's not the body. And somewhere in all that collection of pins, I know he's got at least 1 or 2 announcer pins because we've had him on the show, our show in the past once or twice. And for years, I would go past the KOB booth when Tom Rutherford and I were doing this gig and would share with him one of our announcer pins. So I know he's got some of those somewhere.
He does, and his Beds for Kids organization, they have special pins out here as part of a fundraiser as well.
Oh, great.
And those are available at the Plano Pin location.
Okay.
The same place you can get the special shape pins.
That's right.
So very special pins out there.
I don't know that they have a Steve head special shape. Probably not.
But I think he's on the Beds for Kids pin.
Okay.
I've seen that, yeah.
Well, cool. So you can go by and support the charity that Steve was just talking about by picking up one of their pins from our good friends Diane and Britt Lee over at Plano Pin Company.
And collect all the special shape pins that are there as well.
That's right, yeah.
So Hot Minute, our Exxon Mobil balloon, one of our 2 Exxon Mobil balloons getting cold inflated right here in front of us. And we'll be putting our balloon camera in that balloon this morning.
Okay, all right, there's
Tristan right there.
There he is.
Yeah, coming out from inside. More and more of his crew is starting to wear the cowboy hat.
I noticed
We used to be able to just say, oh, the cowboy hat, that's Tristan, but more and more of his crew is actually starting to.
Well, and going back some years ago, I don't think he flies here anymore, but our good friend Johnny Lewis was the original probably cowboy hat balloon pilot. Johnny is your typical long, tall Texan, has a beautiful head of long, shoulder-length gray hair, and always wore a cowboy hat. Whenever he flew off the field and he heard us announce his name, he would, as I've seen Tristan do, he would take the hat off and wave to the crowd.
Yeah.
So, yeah, carrying on a tradition. Speaking of, well, I guess tradition isn't really the right word, but I've noticed, take a look at Dawn Patrol. They've boxed again. There's Tim Taylor up there, all the way back over to the east. They are now north of the field, which is good, but they're still flying high and way out over to the north and all the way back to the east now.
Yeah, the east-west box continues to be up there, but there does seem to be a little bit of push out to the north in there, so you should be able to get out to the northwest, and we'll possibly see some splash and dashes as well. We should also throw out, we've been kind of pushing it down, kicking the can as it is down the line from our America's Challenge gas balloon event.
Oh, right.
Scheduled the first scheduled to go off Saturday night about 6 o'clock, and then it was Sunday, and then it was Monday, and then it was Tuesday, and then it was Wednesday. We joked about it being kind of a groundhog deal. The weather was still here yesterday afternoon, so the official word is there is a no start. We will not start the America's Challenge. So the 25th ends without a flight, unfortunately.
Without a flight, yeah. That is unfortunate. And in fact, I had a message early this morning from my friend Deborah Day over in the UK. She and her co-pilot Mike are planning a transatlantic gas flight, and she was asking why was Wednesday the cutoff, and I checked with our Ruth Lind, who is also in charge of the command center for the gas flight for the America's Challenge, and Ruth was saying it has a large part to do with the cost of keeping the hydrogen here and available day after day after day. They apparently are paying a fee to the trucks to stay here each day, and there becomes a point when it's no longer cost effective, I suppose. And it has to do with having enough time for the pilots to make the flight and then get back to Albuquerque while there is still some infrastructure here to support them, because a lot of the command post is manned by volunteers. In fact, Ruth was telling us about a time not too many years ago when they did launch late and the balloons were still flying on the Monday and Tuesday after Fiesta, and so they had to kind of scramble to find volunteers who were able to stay here in town and keep the command center manned. So Wednesday has become the official go, no-go day. If we haven't gone by Wednesday night, then we don't go.
Yeah, as part of that, the infrastructure of the field starts being taken down.
Exactly, it's disassembled.
By noon on Sunday, we're
Right.
already pulling things apart. So not only volunteers, but the whole infrastructure.
Yeah.
Speaking of Ruth, she has caught up with some folks involved with Kids Day here at Balloon Fiesta. Ruth?
Absolutely, yes. I'm down here with one of my favorite Balloon Fiesta people, Barb Curry. We've seen Barb in other roles at Fiesta in years past, but this year she's working with Kids Day. Barb, tell us what you're doing down here.
We're giving all the kids goodies. General Mills has donated cereal, Creamland has donated milk, and I have a great crew handing out goodies to everyone. Send your children.
So what are you packaging? Show us what you're packaging these goodies in.
Philip 66.
Wonderful bags. Now let's pull out a few of the things that are in here.
The most coveted item in here is the trading cards. The pilots donate these to us, so the kids love these the most.
I bet they do.
And
how many of these do you think you'll be giving out today?
4,000.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
And a shout out to RV ladies who helped us pack all these.
That's wonderful. Tell our people where they can find you.
We're south of the main stage. And Steve Stucker.
And Steve Stucker, great. Okay, so look for Steve, look for the main stage, go a little bit south, and you will find Barb and 4,000 backpacks for kids with all kinds of fun stuff in them. Glen, Art, back to you.
I'm surprised they have bags left at this point of the morning. Usually they have a nice long line there waiting for them when they get started at 4:30. So, yep, still available to you for all the kids out here on the field. Head up there just south of the Main Street stage.
You were talking about how a lot of Tristan's crew are now wearing the cowboy hat, and there they are. And the other thing that Tristan's doing right now, which I'm kind of happy to see, is I think that he was just buckling up a pilot harness.
Yes.
And that's something that is not universally used here in the United States yet. It has been over in Europe for a while, and in the UK, but more and more pilots are going to it. We do have incidents in the past where on a hard landing a pilot can get literally bounced out of the basket, and so this harness, it's basically like wearing a seat belt in your car. The harness is bolted to the floor of the basket, and then it buckles around the pilot, and so it ensures that the pilot stays in the balloon so that he can stay in command of the aircraft, even in the event of perhaps an untoward or unforeseen hard landing. So I'm glad to see that Tristan is doing that.
You're right, it is starting to spread more and more among the U.S. pilots. And because we've heard these stories of balloons having a hard landing, the basket stops moving, the envelope keeps moving, so the basket tips over many times because the pilot's got his hand on the burner and a vent line.
And a vent line doesn't really have a good handhold
on anything else.
Exactly.
It's pretty easy to be ejected from there. And now the person who's supposed to be in control is not even in the aircraft anymore.
And sometimes the aircraft continues on and the passengers are left in a pilotless aircraft. And so I think the pilot restraint, frankly, should be made mandatory, especially for commercial passenger ride businesses. It's not yet. Maybe it will become, but it certainly is a great added safety feature, and I'm glad to see that pilots like Tristan are using that here now in the States.
Our ride balloons are getting airborne. There's one of them right there. You see how much bigger the basket is. And actually, the other part of what you were talking about there, the pilot in a ride balloon tends to be in their own compartment where they have a little more access to the controls, and the passengers don't have that access.
Right.
So if the pilot were to get ejected in a commercial deal, the passengers aren't even in a position to get the controls if they had any idea what to do.
Yeah.
Or could be talked down, because you can do that too.
Sure. I mean, you know, we know there certainly are stories of airplanes where something, you know, a pilot has a heart attack in flight or something, and you know, air traffic controllers have to talk down someone who really is not a pilot and has maybe never flown a plane, and that's happened and could happen with a balloon. But you're right, a lot of the larger ride balloons that Rainbow Riders flies are what they call compartmentalized baskets, and so there are compartments where the passengers ride, and then a separate cockpit, if you will, or a compartment for the pilot, and so that way, whereas in a sport balloon, the pilot and the passengers are all in the same basket, the tanks are off in the corners, but everybody's around everything, and these compartment baskets, or T-baskets as they're sometimes referred to, help to separate the pilots and the passengers from the aircraft controls.
There's a great shot as Tristan is putting heat in the hot minute Exxon Mobil balloon. See the burner going away. You can see his controls. Continue to kind of pump the burner there. My sense is he's putting enough heat in that he will be buoyant and ready for the launch director to come up, clear the airspace above him, and give him the thumbs up. Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
So our balloon camera in the Exxon Mobil balloon with Tristan. We understand it's our camera person's first flight ever.
Oh, Paul Stump is watching. Paul Balloon Man.
Oh, yeah.
Stump.
Hi, Paul.
Says, fun to see all the beautiful sponsor banners that we created gracing the Albuquerque skies. Well, good for you, Paul.
He does.
And he does make
he
a
does
great
job
number
for us
of sponsor banners. Those banners you see attached to the sides of the balloon. Some corporate balloons, like Intel, are owned by the company, or perhaps owned by the pilot, but they're made where the corporate logo is built into the balloon. Either it's inlaid or appliqued onto the balloon. In other cases, like the Exxon Mobil balloons, those are private balloons that become sponsor balloons for this week, and they carry a banner. That Exxon Mobil sign you see on the side of the balloons there is a banner that is attached temporarily to be flown during Fiesta, and then after Fiesta it comes off. And at some point it could be attached to a totally different balloon perhaps. There you see it.
You can see the white.
Yeah, so that's a banner that is, again, that's attached to the balloon, but can be removed, unlike the Intel balloon, just a couple of balloons to the right of that, where all of the Intel logos, etc., are inlaid and sewn into the balloon. And so Paul Stump, among many other things that he does, makes balloon banners and supplies many of them here to Fiesta. So. Good morning, Paul.
He most likely made that Exxon Mobil banner we're looking at.
I would almost bet that he probably did.
We send our business his way, and appreciate the great work and quick turnaround on those, Paul.
He's a balloon repairman. He builds his own balloons. He's built some beautiful home-built balloons. Has quite a history of ballooning. He was a student when he first got involved in ballooning. So he's been at it for a number of years now. So we said a minute ago, we talked about how the America's Challenge, the 25th America's Challenge, will be a no-go this year. But a lot of the gas pilots are here, and I understand they've been invited to remain for the remainder of the week here at Balloon Fiesta. And Ruth has caught up with one, a former winner of the America's Challenge race. I believe she's with Andy Caton. Ruth, take it away.
Yes, Andy and I are down here watching this beautiful little piece of blue up there that we're hoping grows some. Andy, you're flying hot air. You're not just sitting around watching Fiesta.
No, since you guys brought such bad weather for the gas race, I'm going to have to do my special shape for the rest of the week, I guess.
And what is your shape, Andy?
It's Eddie and Rickenbacker, and it's a balloon to commemorate the history of Army aviation. Eddie looks like Snoopy sitting in front of a World War biplane, and Rickenbacker is the cat in the back. And so together we got Eddie and Rickenbacker, our first ace in the First World War.
That's amazing. Now when you fly gas out here, you quite often fly with Christophe Zappart. Is Christophe still here?
Yeah, he's still here. And he went to get some family members of mine to bring them out here on the field. But yeah, he's here to the end of the week, and we're going to ship his balloon back to Poland this afternoon, I think, start working on it.
The two of you have had some amazing flights in the America's Challenge. Tell me about one that particularly stands out to you.
Well, they're all pretty special. The one last time where we landed up in the Hudson Bay in the Canadian Polar Bear Reserve was probably one to remember. The polar bears literally destroyed our balloon before we could get it out. But we won the race, and then we set records a couple of times, but gone to the East Coast, Nova Scotia. They're all been good flights.
Well, next time we have a special request that the two of you land in Maine, and my husband has said he will feed you lobster if you can get to Maine.
Oh, well, on the way home, we're always coming through Maine.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Andy, this morning. Glen, Art, do the two of you have any questions for Andy?
No, I'm just thrilled to see Andy here and to see his balloon, and love the fact that it has a cat on it, because my cat's Bonnie and Ranger are home, so it'll be fun to see Rickenbacker take to the skies.
Yes, it will be fun to see Rickenbacker take to the skies. And with that, I'll take it back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Ruth.
I didn't ask the bathroom question.
I guess I should have mentioned one of the flights that Andy made that I remember is when they flew out over the Gulf of Mexico. Kind of surprised everybody, and got feet wet before getting back to dry land. I think they flew on over to Florida because they went right out over my neck of the woods in Shreveport, Louisiana, down out over the Gulf of Mexico, and then I think, if I remember correctly, across into Florida for landing. But kind of surprised everybody when they went feet wet. So Andy's had quite a, Andy's also had some great experiences in the Gordon Bennett balloon race as well. So quite a successful gas pilot. Good to see Andy here.
And Tristan is now airborne with the Exxon Mobil balloon.
And there's the wave of the cowboy hat. Good morning, Tristan.
And there's a view from our balloon cam looking back our way.
Yeah, there's the rooftop studio. You can just about see us in the corner there.
Yep.
Right behind Sponsor Hospitality. Look how brightly colored Sponsor Hospitality is this year.
And look what's happening to the direction. All of a sudden there is more of a south direction now.
A little bit. Phil Glebe went out south. He's in the Intel balloon up high above the Coca-Cola balloon that Marcia Lambertson's flying, and Tristan in the Exxon Mobil, and here goes Matt McClinton in the second Exxon Mobil balloon.
Look at the view back at the field.
Yeah, but as they climb up, they are now drifting a bit to the south, but then Phil Glebe quickly gained altitude, and he's moving back to the north, so maybe that east-west box is shifting a bit.
It's shifting, yeah, rotating back to more of a north-south.
Turning a little more north-south on us, yeah.
So we'll continue to get some great shots from our Exxon Mobil balloon. Yeah, there's the east already. So already things turning around. And we're starting to see our shapes inflate on the field. We see one of the brand new ones there is the spaceship. There's the pig, who has been renamed Chris P. Bacon.
Oh, no.
Yes, that's the head of Crispy Bacon we're seeing on our screen.
I'm not sure that's a good idea. There is Barry Ballinger in the Plains Capital Bank balloon, the Tatanka balloon, as I like to call it. It has the two bison on either side. Barb Tomlin says Johnny Lewis is here this year. Well, I've not seen Johnny. Please tell him hello. Johnny and I go way back in ballooning, but yeah, he is literally if you think about a long, tall Texan, Johnny is there would be a picture of him in the dictionary beside that.
The Zia balloon of the McConnell clan is now airborne, sponsored by TLC Plumbing and Utility, right here in front of Sponsor Hospitality and our rooftop studio. Basil Booth has decided to actually fly this morning. The special shapes have the option of flying or staying static on the field.
Right, yeah. Kevin Morris just chimed in and says, I'm at work watching on a break. Well, I'm glad you're on a break, so we don't want to get you in trouble with your boss. He's in Glen Falls, New York. Says hello and thanks for Facebook Live. You're welcome.
So a lot of extra communications going on the radios as we don't have our typical south launch as we move forward. So they're kind of juggling some things here and a lot of extra chatter on the radio. But definitely a little south, almost immediately east, a couple hundred feet, maybe 400 feet. And you turn right around and go back to the north. There's Crispy Bacon in the air as Little D, Little Devil. And we're still getting our ride balloons. There's Arabelle getting cold inflated. Pinnacle Propane, our sponsor of propane for all of our balloons today. The red and green of Visit Albuquerque. As we continue to swing around. That looks like the Alien, the green that we're still being inflated.
No, not the one there. No.
Or it's either that or one of the frogs.
That's one of the frogs. Because the Alien the only black on him is his eyes. That's
and there's the new
the Alien
spaceship.
That's probably Astro's spaceship, I would think. He probably arrived in that spaceship and now he's out walking around.
And the backside of Crispy Bacon.
I think I'm not a fan of that name. I mean, I understand the wordplay and everything, but yeah, there's Pico. Pico is from St. Jean-sur-Richelieu, a really nice event, almost the Albuquerque of Canada. Hey, there goes the red-green balloon as well. Those of us here on the field can see that. It's not on the screen, but that is the Visit Albuquerque balloon with the official question of Albuquerque, red or green. Official question of New Mexico, I guess, red or green.
Yep.
And the balloon is half red, half green, with a chili of each corresponding color.
There on the left of the screen, the Air Force balloon with our pumpkin balloon.
Jack-o'-lantern. And the Air Force, by the way, is a brand new balloon built by Kubitschek Balloons out of the Czech Republic. They are celebrating the 75th anniversary of the U.S. Air Force, and they also have over on Main Street a booth where you can do some virtual reality flying and check out all the various career paths that are available through the United States Air Force. Ruth had an interview with one of their recruiters just yesterday morning.
On our feed, you're seeing one of our new Witch special shape balloons.
Which shape is that?
Witch.
Which?
Witch.
Who's on first?
No, the Witch is on balloon.
Oh.
Fiesta Live.
Which balloon is that? Ah, goodness gracious, what a great morning it's turning out to be. Albeit still gray skies and cloudy. We haven't had the beautiful blue Chamber of Commerce skies this year, except for Saturday morning. We had perfect weather Saturday morning, and ever since Mother Nature came to the party, and she's kind of been messing with us.
So pilots have just been told that competition will start at 8:30 this morning.
So if you're going to go, that means you probably need to get up and go, I suppose.
And the targets will close at 10. There's a great shot looking down from our Balloon Fiesta Live camera. You see the double row of ride balloons, and actually there's the spaceship. You can see the.
And there's the Alien. If you look just a little bit up and to the left of the spaceship, he's laid out flat on the ground there. And for a moment, we could see Arabelle the cow, the Creamland Dairy cow, was in that shot as well. So Astro the Alien is not far from his spaceship. There is that the, no, that's not the backside of Steggy, that's something else.
Ivo.
Okay.
Ivo.
I say Ivo, you say Evo, whichever.
And I actually asked the pilot how does he pronounce it, and he told me and I forgot.
Well,
so I went to sleep and forgot.
That was a great bit of research gone to waste, wasn't it?
Actually, it was one of those, we were passing on the field, and I recognized the jacket, and so I asked and kept walking and got doing something else.
I understand.
Yeah. There's another shot of a Rainbow Rider balloon. You can see how much bigger the basket is on those ride balloons.
There's the spaceship. And is that Chicky Boom right there in front of it? I think cold inflating. Sure looks like it.
It does. Look, yeah, there's the eyes popping up.
Yep.
Chicky Boom.
Chicky Boom is the hot air balloon replica of the B-movie star from the 1950s and 60s, Carmen Miranda.
One of the first special shapes here in Albuquerque.
Boom. Yeah, one of the very first. Well, one of the very first special shapes at all.
In general, right?
Built for the Jacques Sokup fleet.
And Kirk Thomas.
Kirk Thomas and Jacques Sokup. The story about that too is that Tucker Comstock, when they were over in the UK with Cameron Balloons designing the thing, they were trying to make sure they got the fruits that are on her head in proper proportion. And the story is, and I understand there are pictures, though I've never seen them, but the story is that they went to like a farmer's market and Tucker Comstock put a bandana on her head and modeled various fruits so they could see and get them in the proper proportion when they designed the balloon.
As Jacques and Kirk say, the whole idea was because balloonists were taking themselves a little too seriously, so that the idea, let's make something fun, and that led to the...
And that led to Carmen Miranda,
and the story you just
known
told.
as Boom, Chicky Boom, Chicky Boom. There goes the Jack-o'-lantern balloon, and it is Kids Day here, sponsored by KOB TV4, and I believe that Ruth has caught up with a couple of the kids that are out here this morning. Ruth?
Absolutely, yes. And you talk about something fun. I'm with Kieran and Owen, and they have the coolest hats I think I've ever seen. Make
Pokemon hats.
Pokemon hats. Show us what they do with the ears.
If you press these really hard, the ears go up and down like that. And then there's a little button in a box down in here that can set them most off like that, this plane and off. And you can do it on the like that. And yeah, they also have other ones.
Wow, did you get those here on the field, Owen?
Yeah. Well, not on the field, but like more over there.
Yeah, but here on the property. So that is very, very cool. How many years have you been coming to Balloon Fiesta?
I'm not really sure. I was born, so about 9. Yeah, since I was born.
Since you were both born. Well, you guys, it's so much fun to have you here. I think I might need to go get me one of those hats. That's pretty cool. Guys, back up to you on the stage.
So, Ruth, the burning question the audience is asking is, are those kids really tall, or are you kneeling down to their level?
Well, I am on my knees because I'm taller than they are, and I wanted to see their faces when I talk to them instead of just the top of the hats.
Now,
because then I would be too distracted and I would forget what to say.
That is a seasoned reporter at work right there, ladies and gentlemen, our very own Ruth Glen. Thank you, Ruth.
Yeah, I bet that'll be on the shopping list as well now.
I bet so.
Yeah, they're already trying to figure out how to get them if you're watching from home on the street.
Yeah, got to have a Pokemon hat. Our spaceship has lifted off following the witch on the broom. She's not actually riding a broom, I guess, but the witch
Look at the field. Look at all the balloons.
Look at that. Yeah.
Everybody very anxious, I think, today to get in the sky.
I think so, because we haven't got to do a lot of flying this week, and so today looks to be a good day. There's Arabelle, the cow. See her in that shot. There's the alien. See Astro, the alien. Otherwise,
hey, the spaceship is actually flying.
Yeah.
Right over Smokey.
Actually, behind Smokey.
Yeah, but on the picture, it looks like he's going right
over,
in there.
Yeah.
You know, the thing about that aerial shot was we typically go from south to north as we launch, and so we kind of have these two rows going. So there's only a few rows inflated, but now that we're kind of going more from a eastern to west, the row is very long, so we actually have more balloons inflated, fully inflated on the field than we normally do during any type of launch.
It's kind of a crosswind launch, actually. We're actually kind of launching from the west side to the east, because they're moving to the east as they launch.
So, but definitely a different launch pattern this morning than we normally have, and it's giving us the opportunity to see more balloons inflated at the same time. We have this thing called the 3-roll rule, that pilots are looking 3 rows down to see what that balloon is doing and being ready to follow that so that we have a nice progression through the field. While they still follow that when things change sideways, I think some folks get confused as to which way am I looking for my 3 rolls. to be able to pull things up. So, but great to see more balloons in the air and standing up for us here. Still some gray skies, but a fabulous day to fly.
Absolutely.
And with the gray skies, we're not going to get the thermal heating and that kind of activity that will bring some winds. So it should be a nice morning to fly, to find those great landing sites. And I believe you can still get up and get to the northwest and get out there to Rio Rancho.
I think so. Although, as you say,
it's going to be very slow.
There's a little more of a northerly component than there was earlier. It's not so entirely east-west, but still there's a westerly push there, a northwesterly push, I think. If you look up at the red-green balloon, they're moving kind of north. The balloon to its left has got some west to it. Phil Galeve in the Intel balloon has gone up and from the south end of the field down to the north, and now is down low going back east to toward the mountains. And that was another thing that in briefing this morning we heard Brad T. tell the pilots that the areas to the east, over the eastern foothills, were still fairly dry as well. They've not received a lot of rain, so traveling, flying over to that direction and finding a suitable landing site is not a bad idea this morning as well.
Yeah, it's just not as wide open as the west side.
No, it certainly is more built up, yeah.
Saw Lady Jester get out of here as we continue to get our ride balloons out of the middle.
Tico, the sloth, is standing up, not yet launched, but they are inflated.
And right here on the south end of the field, the U.S. Air Force balloon that you mentioned earlier.
Yep, celebrating the 75th anniversary of the Air Force.
Rusty Manning flying the Air Force balloon for us. As he flies out, you see Tico and Smokey Bear behind him.
A lot of the shapes are are on the eastern fringe of the field as you go down the field. Once you pass the first couple of rows A and B here for sponsors, although a lot of them in A1 and 2 looks like where we have special shapes. I see Cynthia Seal inflating there. I see the tick-tock, the clock is getting inflated there in front of Smokey Bear. I see Sushi, the Katie Griggs fish balloon.
Just a moment ago on the screen, the multi-faced clown, which they now call Carnival.
Well, I was searching for that, and I, couldn't find it quickly enough while it was on the screen. There's a great shot of the Swiss Chalet, which is still cold inflating, but look at the artwork on the side of that balloon. That's really pretty.
You know, we do shift launch sites around on Thursday and Friday so that we have room to bring in those additional 20 shapes and put all the shapes kind of over on the east side of the field. So if you were looking for somebody based on their weekend assignment, they might be in a little bit different place. There's this, oh, look at that shot from the air of the spaceship. You see the little aliens peering out through the window and all the lights?
Those are little Astros.
Yeah.
And he just touched down, it looks like. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, because you said, well.
Yep, he did. He touched down on the road. See how he's wobbling?
Yep. Right over, going to be over on the east side.
Yeah.
Because we're able to see the field along the top.
Well, and if you look up, and
there he is out
in
there.
real life, he's right up there.
Yeah. And all the group tour buses that are up there as well. The Golden Corral balloon. Remax. Still looking at a number of our ride balloons down here in the southwest corner, right in front of the Gondola Club. Cool Beans. Barney Watson taking the Cool Beans balloon aloft with the banner for Rec Van.
Otherwise known as Pickles.
It's not Pickles.
Well, now look at that little green one and tell me that doesn't look like a little pickle. I mean, come on.
It kind of does.
It was a logical mistake that I made looking at that little green one and thinking those were pickles.
Yeah. But when you see the blue one, then it's obviously a bean.
It's a blue pickle. Come on. Who hasn't had a blue pickle?
Cool Beans. Who ever heard of Cool Pickles?
Well, hey.
Barney giving us the thumbs up from up there.
Yeah, some years ago when I first saw the balloon, I announced that it was pickles.
And we will never let you forget.
That's right. I will never be allowed to live that down. But in my defense, look at the green one and tell me it doesn't look like a little green pickle. I mean, come on. You know, and the purple one, just again, in my defense, the purple one, remember the raisins commercial?
Yeah.
Remember the dancing raisins? Well, that little purple cool bean looks like a purple raisin. So come on, cut me some slack.
How do you get pickles out of a raisin?
You don't. I'm just saying that they aren't necessarily immediately identifiable as beans. They could be other things. They could be a dancing raisin. They could be a pickle. Cut me some slack. Come on.
Okay.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Hey, there's Big Hug in the back of that picture as Arabelle is standing up, and I see little dog peeking out upside down, Humpty Dumpty going outside the picture.
There's the screwdriver, and someone posted on Facebook last night, they had a picture of it before the blade had been inflated, and they said, what in the world is this? Well, it's a screwdriver, but you have to wait until it's airborne and you see the blade that hangs down from below the basket. To create the screwdriver image. There's our bees.
Well, there are two of them there.
We don't have baby bee.
That's Mom and Dad.
Yep.
And baby bee is not here.
Oh, no.
Because, unfortunately, someone stole the trailer this morning.
Oh, you're kidding.
No. So the trailer has gone missing with the baby bee in it. And so if you see a trailer floating around, and you know, we talked earlier this morning about the drones and the FBI and federal investigations. That is now a federal offense to steal the trailer with the aircraft inside.
Of course, because it is a federally registered aircraft. And Diane Carlson at Plano Pin for years created a sticker. I had one on my trailer that said it is a federal offense, you know, to interfere with the operation or to tamper with this aircraft.
So before we leave that, what typically ends up happening is somebody wants the trailer.
Right, and they dump the balloon. Once they open the trailer and find out what's in it, they just dump it
there. So
I
bottom line, if you're in town and around, keep your eyes open for that. Let authorities know if you do run into something. Speaking of talking to authorities, Ruth Lind is talking with them right now. Ruth?
Yes, I'm down here on row L, just about L1, with Sergeant Stephen Carroll of the New Mexico State Police. And being that this is Kids Day, they're doing a Tag Your Tots program. Sergeant, tell us about that.
Yeah, so we do the Tag Your Tots booth right near row L, right in the center of the field. And what we do is we have kids come, we put a tag on them, we have the parents put their name and phone number in case the kid gets lost. We can go find them, and we have that tag, and we can contact their parents to let them know that we found their child.
That's wonderful. So that's like the little tags that you can buy to put on your keys or your phone or your pets or whatever. That's that idea?
Yes, exactly, kind of like that idea.
That's wonderful. How long have you been doing this at Balloon Fiesta?
So we've been at the Balloon Fiesta now probably 2 decades, I want to say. This is my 5th time at the Balloon Fiesta.
And how many kids do you tag during a typical Balloon Fiesta?
On a mass ascension like this, we'll tag anywhere from 500 to 700 children.
That's wonderful. That's such a comfort. And then do the parents have to return the tags to you when they're finished before they leave the park?
Nope, the parents keep the tags. They can cut them off the kid's wrist and go home.
That's great. Well, thank you so much for doing that important work. Glen, Art, we're sending it back to you.
Thanks, Ruth. Mexico State Police actually doing that Tag and Tots operation out here all through Balloon Fiesta. They have for years. We certainly appreciate that operation and activity to help keep folks together, because it's very easy to, oh, look there, and next thing you know, you're separated, especially in a large crowd.
Yep, very easy to get separated, and then it can be very scary, usually more so for the adults than the kids. But it is a great way, a great service they provide so that we can reunite parents and children if they become separated. Dina Lee, by the way, says, just so you know, it's a pickle, a blue one.
Yeah, you can take that up with the pilot, Barney.
I'm just saying it was a reasonable mistake.
But it's such a fun one to pick on you about.
I know. Well, and I make so few mistakes as it is, so that you don't have that opportunity
there you
very
go.
often.
Look at that shot of the big hug.
Oh, look at that.
Looking at the face of the bear
and
the back of the elephant.
It's really kind of that kind of morning. You just want to give somebody a big old hug and enjoy being here at the 50th Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta, powered by Exxon Mobil.
Somebody on the YouTube side is asking, what is this spotting app that you and I keep talking about? It is an app that I wrote in a FileMaker database that allows us to be able to search by different criteria, bring up a picture, and help remind us of what the information about that particular balloon and pilot is. So it's not available commercially.
No,
however, the Balloon Fiesta does have a mobile app. It just doesn't have the extra search features that we have. There are search features by name and pilot and city and lots of search options for you on the mobile app. So you have a kind of a version of that. We just have more of a specialized that we can search by different pieces of information, and it's something that I developed a number of years ago that we use.
And if I were going to be critical of it, and I'm not, because it is a great app, but it would be just as a thought, if some of this was a little more horizontal with the picture and maybe a smaller tab to get to details, we could get through the number of balloons quicker, because you would see, for example, say 4 on the screen at a time instead of 1. Just
1, 2, 3. Yeah, you see 3 now.
I know, but
you want more? Okay.
I'm just saying, because it takes
Version
a long time.
3.0 feature request noted.
It takes a long time to scroll all the way down sometimes when you're looking for a balloon.
Well,
and if there were multiple ones across the page, it would go a little quicker. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
It's a wonderful app.
Feature request noted.
Okay.
Actually, now that I'm working more with the pilot database of all their documents, got lots of ideas for how to tie these together even better than they are. So I'll incorporate that in next year's version.
Just a thought.
Well, I understand that. I mean, there's Chicky Boom, and we've got 120 special shapes here. So if you hit the button that shows you the shapes, you're scrolling through 120 balloons.
Exactly.
Still trying to pick out that one. So,
but if there were, say, 3 across and 3 rows, you would have 9 per page. So when you scroll,
a little easier.
It would just move. It would go by faster. That's all I'm saying.
I got you.
Hey, there's somebody in the comments on Facebook earlier said they wanted to see the mini bus, the VW bus, and there it is. On the field, and there's what you thought was the alien, and it kind of looks like an alien, but it is actually a frog. Which reminds me, and I can't ever remember the name. Surely someone in the audience will know, but in Jamaica, we did a balloon event down there many years ago, and they had frogs, and they're called singing frogs, but they have a special name, and you could actually buy. I remember I brought a couple home to my nieces at the time who were very young. They were like plush animals, but I can't remember the name of them, but they look kind of like that frog. They're little baby-sized green tree frog sort of things, and they sing, or they make a noise that they consider, they call it singing.
Look at the shot right down on Crispy Bacon from our balloon cam and the traffic below. So a couple of things. We were just talking about the app here. One of my good friends who is here with a good friend of mine who's a photographer now says we need the AI recognition added to the app. Actually, when I first started putting the idea for this app together, that is exactly where I was headed. I wanted to be able to point my device at a balloon and have it pop things up. The problem is to be able to get, in effect, a 360 picture of every single balloon that is coming.
Pretty difficult.
Yeah. We're lucky to get one picture that has one side of it, but I would love to be able to put AI into it someday, and we'll figure that out.
We just had a shot on the feed there. Well, we're back to it now, but there we were talking earlier about the screwdriver shape, and there you see they were actually unfurling the blade a moment ago, and we had that on screen as you were talking about the AI in your app, so we really couldn't get to it. But yeah, it looks, somebody said, well, what is that balloon? Because they didn't have the blade deployed. Once they're airborne, then they unfurl that, and they use a fan in the basket to blow air down into it to fill it up and give it its shape. And by the way, it is a Phillips head screwdriver, just in case you're taking notes.
Yeah, flew close enough by the other day for us to be able to,
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, our good friend Tim Baggett is actually down in Roswell, and he's watching us on Balloon Fiesta Live, as well as a TV station that will remain unnamed. And he says, y'all are so much better. Great work, guys. Thanks, Tim. Glad you're watching.
Tim. Yeah. Hey, Jade LaBelle Curran from, she doesn't say where she's from, but she says, is Ruth from Maine? Gee. I don't think Ruth is originally from Maine, but yes, she does make her home there now. Because I know when Ruth was the former editor of Ballooning Journal, and then I inherited the job from her when she retired, stepped away from the magazine. And at that time, she was living in New York, the state of New York. But I know now that she and her husband David make their home in Maine. Okay, so Ruth is going to, if you want to know, just go to the, I was going to say go to the horse's mouth. I don't want to say that and be rude to Ruth. But yeah, Ruth is going to tell us where she's from, and she has another interview as well. Ruth, go ahead. Where are you from, girl?
I am most definitely from Maine, born and raised, born in Bangor. I'm a native maniac, and I got the papers to prove it. So don't you be maligning my ancestry, don't you know? But in the meantime, since I started doing broadcasting about 40 years ago, they just knocked the accent right out of me. So I'm down here in my broadcasting role talking to Katie Griggs. And Katie is a former BFA board member, but she also runs the BFA Balloon Camp youth program. Katie, you have some exciting news for us.
Well, yes, this year we're hoping to put on 4 overnight camps for the kids, week-long camps. We've got one in Georgia, we have one in Louisiana, we have one right here in Albuquerque, and one in Reno.
That's all across the country. What do the kids do when they go to balloon camp?
Everything that has to do with ballooning, including flying, hands-on lessons. They learn about the weather, they learn about all the technology that we use in different, we even have tablets available this year for them to learn more about competition and how the competition pilots use the electronic devices. They just learn everything, knots, ropes, everything.
That's wonderful. What age kids go to balloon camp?
Well, we have limited it to 13 to 17-year-olds. We also, though, have event camps that we're working on. We have one in Vernal, Utah, and I'm working on one for Boise. But anybody out there that's putting on events, event camps can be day camps, and they only can have to be 1 or 2 days. And it's just a way to introduce more people, more young people, and more families into ballooning.
And what happens at event camp?
Pretty much the same thing. They learn, they get hands-on crewing, hands-on flying, and they get to learn, usually we have more sessions after the flying to give them an opportunity to learn about the different aspects, the FARs and different things that you need to know to fly safely.
That's so wonderful. We always talk about in our sport, we don't want to age out. We have a lot of people in our generation who aren't going to be around forever, unfortunately, and we need to keep bringing young people into the sport.
That's the key. If we don't get more young people involved in the sport, I would hate to think we're the last generation.
I would too. Glen, Art, we are so grateful to have Katie doing this wonderful, important work for the sport of ballooning and the BFA. Back to you.
Absolutely, Ruth. Katie does a wonderful job, and she's absolutely right. Bringing young people into the sport is a top priority for the Balloon Federation. And please accept my sincere apologies. I meant no offense to the great state of Maine or the maniacs who live there, and certainly not to you, my dear friend. I honestly did not know that you were originally from Maine, but I understand broadcasting knocking the accent out because I, of course, am from Southeast Texas, and I'm fixing to tell you all about it if you want to listen. Yeah, so thank you for answering the question. And yes, for the viewer who was asking, Ruth clearly is from Maine and quite proud of that.
There's Teddy and Lindy on the screen. We're seeing one side. I'm not sure if that's Teddy or Lindy, but it's kind of a double-sided head. One of the new special shapes here at Special Shapes Day, Balloon Fiesta.
There's the screwdriver in the background, and if you're on the field, you can see the VW bus. Somebody on the feed was asking that they wanted to see that this morning. Well, it is airborne, and got a couple of surfboards. It's the typical Volkswagen bus from probably the 60s that we all kind of remember. and used to be a great beach vehicle. They had a great camper van version where the roof actually popped up and created, it had a canvas insert, and you could overnight. It was probably one of the original camper vans, I guess is what we sometimes refer to them as. Now they'd be called RVs.
Sit back and just take a look up at these, and we've got balloons in the first 400 or 500 feet going 3,
Everywhere.
4, 5, 6 directions.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's it is what's classically referred to as a light and variable morning, because the winds are quite varied at all the different altitudes, and yeah, balloons are literally going in every direction.
Wow. And there's what it looks like to be in a balloon looking down. Chase crew down there flying over power lines.
Seeing that trailer, someone was asking in Facebook, we were talking about the Baby B, Joelle's trailer being stolen. They said, well, don't they have trackers on them? Some pilots do. It's not standard equipment on a balloon trailer, because most balloon trailers are just an ordinary enclosed cargo trailer that you can buy from any number of vendors. And so some people do add that as an aftermarket item, but not all do, because it's not entirely inexpensive to do that. So it's not like a car that you can buy nowadays that has OnStar in it or something of that nature. And I'm assuming, therefore, that the Joelle's trailer did not have that.
There's Tristan.
Hey, Tristan. Not paying any attention to us. That's okay.
Yeah. They can't hear us.
They can't hear us. Okay, yeah. Now the camera gave our crew to wave.
Yeah. All right. Great shots coming from up there. Thanks, Tristan.
There's Zarabelle, the Creamland Dairy cow, minus her moon. She used to have a moon that hung down beneath, like the screwdriver has a blade that hangs down from the basket. Well, Arabelle had a sliver of a moon that would hang down below the basket when they were flying, so that it was a representation of the cow jumping over the moon.
We saw this balloon before, because I recognized the
Smiling
emoji on
face
the bottom of the basket there.
Yeah.
And people would be wondering, why are they still at that cold inflation stage? Because they're having to wait until they get closer before they actually heat it up and stand it up. Otherwise, they'd just be wasting all that propane.
They're burning a
sitting
lot
on
of
the
fuel.
ground.
Yeah. Also, standing up on the east side of the field, if we can get a quick shot of it on the from maybe our camera here on the rooftop, the balloon with there it is. You see the balloon with all the balloons, and you see the star-shaped balloon on the side where I guess that's the stage camera that has a view of it. Because from our side, on the other side, there's a round balloon that says "Happy Birthday." I have to apologize because I don't remember the lady's name. But when she got this balloon, it was brand new. We had her on the cover of Ballooning magazine. I'm digressing myself. And a story all about the balloon just a few months ago. And we had talked then that we hoped maybe we would catch up with each other one day at Fiesta, so maybe we can do that this week. But it's kind of a small version of the balloon from up, if you will. It's a big balloon with a lot of little party balloons all around it. And so good to see that there. And there is the
Alien with that big fine long O name that you have to look up every single time we talk about it.
I do have to look it up, and I'll do that. So credit to the owner, Lee Hooper. I'm going to go back and find Lee's. Here's the message from Tim rather, saying I'm having breakfast at et cetera, et cetera. You already did that.
Yep.
So I'm going to go back and find the message from, because that's the only way I can remember the full name.
And while you're doing that, there is the stork balloon. We call it the stork now. It's the second envelope in that pattern.
Once called the Great Expectation.
Exactly. But when they made the new one, everybody just called it the stork because they couldn't remember things like Great Expectations,
right.
Which is why we call that other balloon the Alien, because no one's going to remember what you're trying to find.
Well, but you can remember the short name. It's Astro. Remember the dog? Ruh-roh.
Yeah.
His name is Astro the Alien, but his official title is His Glorious Divine Benevolence the Leader. So
yeah. Try and remember that one.
Yeah, we are not alone, Lee Hooper. But there you go. Yeah, that's the official long name. Now I'm going to get back over to the feed so I can keep talking with folks. But
Yep.
that's because there are on occasion around Astro you will find a whole parcel of other little aliens in inflatable costumes wandering around. I'm not sure if they came to Fiesta or not, but I've seen them at other events. So Astro has his clan with him, as it were.
He's just going basically straight up
Pretty
off
much.
the center of the field.
Yeah. Astro, by the way, is a brand new balloon that was built by Diamond Balloons. That's a name many may not be familiar with because they're brand new to balloon manufacturing. It is the manufacturing arm of Exclusive Ballooning, which is Andrew Hawley's company in the UK. And they're not building type certified balloons basically for commercial consumption, meaning selling them to anybody and everybody in the public to compete with Lindstrand and Ultra Magic and Kubitschek and Cameron, etc. They're primarily offering construction services, a type certified opportunity to build a type certified balloon for their clients. Exclusive Ballooning operates a huge corporate fleet of balloons for clients like Sky Safari at Longleat. Fortnum and Mason was one of their clients for a long time. They have many others, Ricoh, et cetera, et cetera. And Alien is one of their first production models. Built for Lee Hooper is Astro.
We're going to have an extra special task at competition today.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
That means somebody's been thinking and got creative, and that can always be dangerous.
No, it's going to be great fun, and so I'm spending time getting up to speed on that. I was kind of brought into that a few weeks ago that there might be something, and now I'm being brought up to
that there is something.
Full disclosure as to how this is all going to work.
Okay, well, I look forward to hearing about that. So you're going to be back down in the target zone this morning, is that right?
I am going to be back down there.
Okay.
Competition starts in about 30 minutes, scheduled to start in 30 minutes. We still have a number of balloons to get off the ground. That shouldn't be a problem. Again, all the special shapes that are inflating along the east side of the field will be doing a static display for you to be able to go and get your selfies taken with our special shaped balloons that didn't fly away. They'll stand up for us and be a background to our competition, where about half of our regular shaped balloons and then the pilots have left the field and are now trying to figure out where do I launch from that I can fly back into the field. And as you look up and you can see that there's a little bit of every direction up there, they have lots of different options to try and figure out how they want to do that.
Including straight up. I mean, look, there's a group of about 5 or 6 balloons here that all just launched, and they're all basically just going straight up. They're not going east, west, north, or south. They're just right on up, which is a good direction for a balloon. The one I was talking about, by the way, with the balloon with all the balloons on it, is the balloon itself is called Party, and that is Cheryl Reichert. And Cheryl is a lovely woman. Had a great visit with her, as I say, just some months ago. Might have been almost a year ago now. I'm trying to recall when we did a feature on her in Ballooning Magazine with her brand new balloon called Party, and she is here from El Cajon, California. So, hi Cheryl, good to have you here. Good to see that balloon again. There goes the New Mexico Truly balloon. Did you mention that already or not?
I did not.
Okay. Well,
off the southwest corner of the field.
Yep.
The balloon of the day yesterday. And on the screen, we were talking with Andy Caton earlier. There is Eddie and Rickenbacker.
And Rickenbacker is the cat,
which is looking our way.
I think he's manning the tail gun there, the machine gun.
Yep.
While Snoopy is flying and no doubt searching for the Red Baron.
And there's Steggy. Somebody was asking about Steggy this morning.
Yeah, and there's the one that
the
is from the Mandrill, which is
right
a
below
character.
Yoda.
I was correct from. All right, now why won't it take me back? I'll go back to the list. Which is a character from Lion King. Yes.
We also saw Yoda in that shot. Another shot from our balloon cam. Of all the balloons in the sky, you can see the clouds actually at that point. Well, at least that part of that would be over the Manzanos, which are the mountains a little bit more to the south. The Sandias are on the north side. There's Finley the fish. and regular shape balloons. Again, the regular shapes that are going off today, just fun flying, taking crew and sponsors. Our special shapes featured as we stand up all 120 of them along the side, some choosing to fly, and most of them staying pretty low.
Whitney Blake Barangi, maybe, I think, has just sent a message on Facebook saying, I have not heard the infamous Rancho Cucamonga call out enough. Well, that's because I haven't seen my friend Dale Long in the air, because usually when I see Dale flying his balloon, that's when I make the point of telling everyone that he is from Rancho Cucamonga. Just one of those cities that's fun to say, you know?
There's the party balloon in the center and tic-tac off to the side.
I have to tell you, you know, we've seen, and we see them inflating right now. If you look straight down the center of the field, the pink gnome, which is a sweet, they call them over in the UK, an ice cream sort of thing, soft ice cream, soft serve sort of thing. But all week long, you know, as you and I would talk about it, I would call it the gnome, because gnome is spelled G-N-O-M-E.
Right.
Well, one of my friends, Michael Buckle, over in the UK, sent me a message yesterday and said, I know how you love Scottish and British pronunciations, but over here we call that gnome, like the word home.
Right.
And he seriously thought, he said, I didn't realize that in the States it's pronounced gnome. And I had to tell him, it's not. I'm just having some fun with the word gnome and the registration genome.
There you
it's
go.
It's a British balloon, so it has a G number on it.
Sure.
So I was calling it gnome. And so Michael, we ended the conversation. He said, you know, I may have to stop trusting you.
There's Cynthia Seal finally standing up.
Yeah.
Right next to it, Speedy Bird, the Roadrunner balloon. And we see from the field here on the south end, Peg Leg Peak right next to it. Behind it, Claude the crab.
We also have the zebra,
Mr. Z,
and then the snowbird.
That's the name of it, Snowbird.
Yeah.
Don Edwards should be flying.
I was trying to describe what it was, not
it's a tourist penguin.
Tourist penguin, yes.
Yeah. And there's the special shape pumpkin. Looks like Mr. Globy to the left of it, and you just see Eddie on the
more
top, more commonly known as Snoopy.
Snoopy on top of Andy Caton's balloon. Look at the eyes. My goodness. That's kind of the way my eyes feel right now.
Speedy Bird,
the Roadrunner. And there's a pull out to Cynthia Seal. And you see the crab back there. There's some of the detail on some of these special shapes. See the little bee balloon? Little bee appendage, actually, on the side of the balloon.
I'm guessing that's on one of our bear balloons?
I'm thinking it might be. I was trying to see where the camera's getting that shot from, where it is. I can't find it. Oh, that's the stage camera that we're looking at. Okay, I thought maybe that's what Gary was shooting from up here.
No, we talked about those banners before.
Yep,
look at that shot where they're just going to bring the balloon into the shot, turn the balloon so we see the banner.
Photo bombing.
Find your part.
Yeah, photo bombing. All right, we've got Ruth again on the field, and she's with someone from Kubitschek, one of the balloon manufacturers here. Go ahead, Ruth.
Yes, I'm down here on the field with Peter Kubitschek, who is the owner and builder of Kubitschek Balloons, and this is your father, correct? And he started the factory?
He started the factory and still owns the factory. I just help him to run the business when he can't.
And the wonderful feature about the Kubitschek balloon that we're standing in front of is this doorway, so that we can get people into the balloon who may not be able to climb in over the basket. What gave you the inspiration to build this?
Well, people like my father buy into the wheelchair, so we still wanted to have possibility to enjoy the balloon flight. So we built for them just not only the door, but it's also this very special seat where the disabled person is secured and has, he's safe for landing.
So he's actually strapped in like in an airplane?
That is correct. That is correct, and it feels him safe, and even for hard landing, he's perfectly safe. We have a overtip landing the other morning, and it worked perfectly. So.
That's wonderful. How many of these types of baskets do you build in a typical year?
We build about 80 balloons, 80 baskets a year, and 3/4 of them they have door. It's extremely popular. Yeah, just very old-fashioned balloonists. They don't want to have door. The other than always do.
That's wonderful. And if people want to know more, they can find you in your tent up in the manufacturer's area, correct?
That is correct. After each of every flight we're there, and everybody is welcome to pay us visit, and I will be more than happy to show anybody what we can do.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Peter. We'll send it back up to you on the stage because Peter and his dad are getting ready to go fly.
Thank you, Ruth. And yeah, door baskets are not exclusive to Kubitschek any longer. There are other manufacturers who build them, and they're a great innovation in the sport. I might have kept flying a bit longer if they had been around when I retired some years ago, because with my bad knees, it was difficult for me to climb in and over the basket. But if I could just open the door and walk in, other operators who find those door baskets quite appealing is someone who does a lot of tether rides.
Yes.
My good friend, my neighbor Pat Harwell, he actually has a basket that has a door on both ends, and that way when he's doing tethers, when they land, they can open the doors and one group of people walk out one way while the next load of passengers walks in from the other side.
Do they say in and out?
I don't know if they do or not.
That would be great.
Enter and exit, you know.
There's Peg Leg Pete. In my early days of doing some, helping people do tether rides, there was a day at a balloon rally that I know that I picked up 250 little kids and put them over the basket, and then you pick them up and take them out, so it's like 500. Yeah, that was, even in my younger days, that was a lot of work. Tough. There's the Coyote on the new Roadrunner Coyote balloon of Barbara Fricke and Peter Cuneo. And Judy Nakamura is also a partner in that balloon as well, we should mention.
Okay. Also standing up at the far end of the field
there's
the
Roadrunner
side, yep, from our different camera views. So we can see the Roadrunner from this side. Also standing tall at the far end of the field is, strangely enough, Tall Steve. He is, and I think probably his parents are there beside him, he is the offspring of Puddles and Splash, and the three of them together make up Fly Penguin from Andrew Holly in the UK. There goes Party, Cheryl Reichert, as I was talking about earlier, in her balloon that has all of the Party balloons around it.
And in the shot before that, we saw the Kubitschek balloon going airborne as well.
Yep.
Where Ruth was just talking with the Kubitscheks.
There's Eddie and Rickenbacker are also in the air now. Andy Caton's balloon we talked about a little earlier. Look at that shot right now where you can see just a jumble of shapes. There's lions and tigers and bears. Oh my, there's not, but there is a tiger, there's a cowboy, there's an armadillo.
Billy the Kid.
Yeah, Billy the Kid. The armadillo is in there. There's a farmhouse. And we saw a little bit of the crab's antennae, or whatever those things are called. You'd think I know. I watch enough, oh goodness, senior moment.
TV.
Well, yeah, but the TV show that's about all the crab fishermen up in Alaska.
I don't watch the TV, so I can't help you with that.
I can't believe can't think of it. Somebody out there help me. Yeah,
Little D in one of our ride balloons from our balloon cam up in the Exxon Mobil balloon. And there is a new addition to Balloon Fiesta, the thermal airship. Do you see that out there?
Oh, I do now.
Yeah, so we put that up after everything kind of ended the other day and gave some rides around for that. But that is a hot air airship. So they heat the air, filled it up just like otherwise, but they have a little fan on the back and some directional controls, and more of a car that you can kind of sit in and ride out there as well.
It gets its lift from hot air, but it has like a powered parachute type fan on the back, so that, and a movable rudder, so that it can be driven more so than a hot air balloon. There's a great shot on the screen of Wags. That is the balloon of Dean Carlton. They're puppies. They have 3 actually modeled for Cameron to finally create the artwork of that. And just beside it, to either side, there is the jack-o'-lantern, and there is Steggy, which is one of the new special shapes here this year. the caricature Stegosaurus, for those of you from the Jurassic Park era.
Still a little bit of east direction up there, but balloons are basically just kind of hanging around. We've got them way off behind us and to the south and to the west. Yeah, we're just surrounded, even straight up overhead.
Balloons to the left of me, balloons to the right.
Up and down and all around. There's a good shot of the front of Mr. Globy with his telescope.
Mr. Gobble.
Yeah.
Another one that I just sort of read wrong.
Kids Day here at the Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta. Kids Day brought to us by KOB TV4. And our Rio Grande network balloon did make it back here on the field.
One of my favorites is standing up at right dead center at the north end of the field, and that is the Panther, Steve Thomas. The balloon is here from Bath in the United Kingdom. I don't know why it says Bath United Arab Emirates, because Bath is in the UK.
That's one of those autocorrects we talked about the other day.
Okay, well.
Or auto expansions.
Yeah, instead of UK, it gave us UA, United Arab. But it's really gorgeous because it's an all black balloon with just the only color is the gold of the panther's eyes and the whites of his whiskers. Now the one we're seeing on the screen, that is Wes the wolf, the black and white with those beautiful piercing blue eyes, and just behind it is Duma the cheetah. Those are both part of, well, along with the panther, that's all part of the Sky Safari fleet that's here via Andrew Holly and his friends. Ashley Moore flying Wes the wolf, and in Duma the cheetah would be Toby Brown. The VW bus directly overhead on the center of the field. For those of you here in Balloon Fiesta Park, look straight up right in the middle of the field. You'll see the new little VW bus caricature.
So on the screen here, there's Kathy's Hope with the pink ribbon.
Yep.
There's your gnome in the center.
There's the gnome.
And there's the little bee on the back,
back of the bear.
Honey Bear.
Honey Bear, of course.
Being flown by Chris Rascott.
Because you see the bee is after a little puddle of honey there on the back of the bear. Notice that?
And there's another bee over on the nose of the bear as well,
okay,
where obviously he had his nose in the honey.
And that old saying is what, you catch more bees with honey than you do vinegar? Meaning, you know, sweetness and kindness will get you further than being an old meanie.
Yeah, exactly. There it is.
The gnome is upright. Still looks like a pink Santa Claus to me. I don't care what they say. And I like calling it a gnome.
So our scoring officials are setting out our special scoring targets for today. Competition scheduled to start in about, looks like 13 minutes. So that means it's time for me to start making my way down to the field.
Okay.
We will grab our mobile camera and head down into the center of the field for that target, and we'll be able to tell you all about the special competition we're about to do today. Meanwhile, our special shapes are going to stay inflated over there on the east side of the field. So with that, Mr. Glenn, I'm going to head that way and leave the roof in your hands.
All right, well, I think what we'll do, if the truck is agreeable, we'll take maybe a 5-minute break. We'll keep the feed up, but I'll turn my mic off. That was quick. Wait till I'm finished talking, then turn the mic off. Yeah, so I'm going to turn the mic off, and we'll just let you enjoy online and here at the park the scene of all of these special shapes along the east side of the field. Art's going to take the camera crew, get down and get set up in the target zone, and we'll be ready for the start of competition at 8:30, just about 13 minutes from now. I'll be back with you in about 5 minutes, folks, so stay tuned if you're online, and if you're on the field, we'll just continue right on with the 50th Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta, powered by Exxon Mobil. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Balloon Fiesta Live, powered by Exxon Mobil. We're live again on the PA here on the field and also with our viewers online. We're going to pitch down to Art in just a few moments as they're getting everything set up in the scoring zone. He'll fill us in on today's competition. I just wanted to, while we have a few minutes, one, note that a few seconds ago on the screen we were seeing a picture of our balloon cam land. Tristan and his team were there in a very nice green park area, and you saw the balloon coming in for a landing. Here at Balloon Fiesta Park, what's happening is we now have the scoring area all flagged off. The targets are being set out. All the spectators you can see have been moved to the eastern edge of the field, primarily where all the special shapes. It's quite a scene from here on the roof. There we go, as our camera pans or zooms back out to a wide shot. You can see people all the way down the fence line, the crowd line there that's established now, with all of the shapes that are still standing. Great opportunities to take some selfies. Well, it was fun watching the VW bus come in to land and using his authentic beep beep, if you will, pardon my use of that term, horn, to clear passengers out of the, or spectators out of the way. And that's what I wanted to get to. Now that we have the field flagged off, the scoring targets are basically down to the north and center of the field. What will be happening, as is typical, as the balloons come in and once they cross the scoring zone, we try to keep the southern end of the field open for landing, and so that is the area down here near all of the corporate tents along Corporate Row, the Gondola Club, the Exxon Mobil tent, Sponsor Hospitality. This area at the southern end of the field, we try to keep that area open to give the pilots a landing zone once they finish the competition. So if you're a spectator and you're in that area, I'm going to caution you now to be aware that there will eventually probably be balloons landing in that area of the field. So don't put down roots. You know, you may want to spread out a basket and fold out your chairs and go, boy, this is a great vantage point. Well, it is, but you may have to move a little bit later. So don't get too attached to the plot of grass that you might be sitting on to watch the upcoming competition, because again, as pilots come into the field, maybe not so much today because we still have primarily that east-west component to the wind. Typically we have north-south, and when the balloons cross the target zone, they come from the south and then, or from the north rather, and move here to the south, and then they land. And so that's why we try to keep this area largely open. So just be aware, there may eventually be some balloons landing in the south end of the park here, and if you're in this area watching the upcoming competition rather than being along the crowd line that's been established now down the east side of the field, you may be asked to move. I would also caution you that although it's a very slow day today, the balloons are not moving at great speed, but never, ever, ever stand in front of a balloon that's coming toward you. The other morning we had some rather sporty landings here on the field, and people always want to help, including balloon crew that maybe are not that well educated or trained, and they think, well, I'll stop the balloon, I'll stand in front of it and catch it when it hits the ground. That's a very dangerous thing to do. Some years ago we had, back when we used to land in the gravel pits to the south of us here, we had a woman who thought she was going to help a pilot from Texas, and she said, I'll catch you, and she was standing in front of the balloon, and she had such speed, the balloon was moving at such a speed that it literally ran over her, and she was seriously injured. So please never, ever, ever stand in front of a balloon that's coming at you. You'll see well-trained crew will get off to either side, and as the balloon passes them, then they will they'll grab hold of the basket from the side and apply their weight there. But you never want to be in front of an oncoming balloon, because while these things are great big old blobs of fabric, they have a great deal of momentum, and similar to that of an 18-wheeler. And getting run over by an 18-wheeler is not something you want to do, trust me. The same thing could happen with a balloon. So just, again, a word of caution. If balloons do begin to land on the field, be prepared to move and give them the room to land, and then never, ever, ever get in front of a balloon that's coming directly towards you. You always want to be off to one side or the other. So, okay, I'm just being told by the truck we're having some technical difficulties getting Art's signal and audio up. And so I will try and carry on from here as much as possible. Unfortunately, I don't know the nature of today's task, which Art did, but he's now away where I can't speak with him. I will tell you that one of the tasks today, as usual, will be a ring the pole. You can see, I see 1, 2, 3, 4. Usually there's the fifth one. Okay, there are 5 poles out on the field, and each of our pilots, as is tradition, have been given a ring. It's about maybe 12 to 14 inches wide. I like to refer to it as kind of a mini hula hoop. If those of you are, some of you are from my generation can remember what a hula hoop was. Well, these are like small ones. They're, again, it's just a little nylon ring about 14 inches across. And the object for the pilot is to drop their ring over the pole. And if I'm remembering correctly, so don't quote me on this, I'm going from a somewhat faulty near 70-year-old memory, but typically each pole is worth $2,000. And so there's like a total of $10,000 in prize money out there for pilots who get their ring on the pole. And if multiple pilots, again, I've got to go back and check the rules, and I don't have that in front of me. In some cases, if multiple pilots end up on a pole, there's a split of the prize money. In some cases here, once a pilot wins a pole, that pole is taken down and it's no longer available at all. So again, I'll have to trust for once we get the technical difficulties fixed with Art, he'll be able to fill us in. Plus, there are some other targets out on the field that I can see portions of. Targets are usually laid out with white freezer paper. Okay, yeah, here's one of the rings. If you can come up to the set shot for a second, Steve, down in the truck. Yeah, see, it's a small, I couldn't possibly hula hoop with this, but I can put it around my head. Ta-da! So that's the object for the pilot, is to fly up to one of those poles, take the ring. You'll see them sometimes sling them like a frisbee in hopes, but if you're doing it right, you're going to be right by the pole. As you cross the pole, you just reach out and put the ring right over the pole, and you win some money. Please don't throw any rings in my direction. Oh, we have our balloon meister here, so since Art, we have some technical difficulties. If you'll take the stick mic there. Henry Rosenbaum, our balloon meister, has joined us, and I'm sure that Henry can fill us in on all the details of this morning's task. So, Henry, first of all, welcome back to the tower, to the rooftop studio. So, what's going to be happening out there today? What are we doing?
Yeah, thank you, Glenn and Art, and really to all your crew that's making this possible. And so I not ran over here, but I walked quick.
It sounds like it.
What a day.
Oh,
this
hasn't it been this
ascension
this
of the balloons,
right now.
special shapes.
Yeah.
It's a picture-perfect day.
It is.
And the overcast is actually helping us because it's going to help keep the winds calm throughout our flight window here.
Excellent, excellent.
But we're setting up now for the competitors.
Okay.
We've probably got 300 plus competitors who are going to be flying into the field here, and we gave them a challenging morning. So as we always do on the special shaped days, we have the poles, and there's 5 poles as you were just describing there.
Right.
And so the competitors have a chance to throw a ring around one of the poles. Only one ring. Then after that, as they fly over, and I'll share a picture with you, maybe you can get it up, but as they fly over, they will notice there's an X in the middle of the field.
Okay.
And they have one baggie, and they can use any color for that, and they'll throw that color baggie to the center of the X, the closest one wins.
So that's just a standard, closest to the center of the X wins.
Yes, and we'll measure 300 feet out, so we'll have a lot of scores for that.
Okay.
Here's where we put some interesting, and also to do some celebration for our 50th anniversary. Our scoring team has created a large 50. A 5 and a 0 is out on the field, and it's,
we
and
have
it's
it up on
diagonally
the
across.
screen
Yes,
now.
you got it on screen there. So that 5 and the 0 are diagonally across, and they're large. I mean, they're huge. Their second task is what we call a maximum double drop.
Right.
So they're using multiple baggies, and they have 2 orange baggies. One orange baggie has to go in the 5. The other orange baggie has to go in the 0.
Okay.
And they have to get them as far apart as they can. That's where the maximum double drop.
So if you're looking on the screen, our viewers online can see that the best score looks to me like it would be the far corner of the 5.
Yes.
And then the far corner of the 0.
Correct.
So farthest apart that you can get the 2 baggies, as long as they are inside that figure 5 or the figure 0.
Correct, yep. And as y'all start to show some of the baggies that are dropped, if the marker is on the fabric is in.
The fabric
and
is
that's pretty
in.
standard.
Yes,
so
okay.
Here's the 4th task that they've got. So far they've thrown a ring and 3 markers.
Okay.
Now they go after the fun task. And the fun task is that
was that
tarp.
the bullseye
It's
with
the
the
bullseye
with the coyote
with
on
the
it?
coyote, yep.
Okay.
So it's the bullseye with the coyote, going back to our heritage, where the coyote and the roadrunner. So the coyote is laying down. He's not hurt. He's just laying down. He's sunbathing. And his belly
Great
button,
day for it.
yes, well, he's got to wait a while. But
Right.
but his belly button is dead center. And this is where we gave all of the competitors a anvil box. And I'm going to keep that up here, and y'all can start talking about that. It's a baggie that's just been put into a box. It has not altered the weight. Acme. Yep.
Now,
so competitors will throw that
and
marker.
this part is weighted, although it's not as heavy as an anvil, but
correct, yes. And that's what they will throw onto the tarp with the bullseye and the coyote laying down.
Okay.
And that's a fun task. There's some prizes that will be given out, but it'll be interesting to see how that works out for them.
Awesome.
So that's our task for today, the ring, 3 markers, and the box. So they're going to be busy.
So tell me about the poles, though. Was I correct? If a pole is rung, does it come down and go away, or does it stay up and then the pilots split prize money?
The second part. So they, in the past, yes, we would ring the pole and we take it down. What we realized, we want more and more people to get the rings around the pole. So yes, the first person to ring it, if that is the only person, then they'll win the $2,000.
Okay.
If 2 people, they'll split 1,000, and you keep doing the math.
Right.
And
sure.
then, the other part of that is all of the ring winners names will go into a hat, and we'll draw a winner to win a instrument pack from Digital.
Oh, excellent.
And that's a fantastic prize. We're happy to have that company bring those instruments as a prize. So the competitors have the chance today to win that, and then we'll duplicate that again tomorrow.
Okay, very good. So yeah, you heard it right there. 4 tasks. First, there is an X on the field. Just get a marker as close to the center as you can. Very, very simple, typical balloon competition task.
Yes.
Second task is there are 5 poles, $2,000 each. You have a mini ring, get it over the pole, and you'll win $2,000 or a portion of, depending on how many rings end up on each pole. Then we have the 50 task, a max distance double drop with a figure 5 and a figure 0 off diagonally across from that X, and you want to get one marker in each of the 5 and the 0 as far apart as possible. And then the fun task with the, I notice it says Acme Anvil Core. Yes. So this would be whatever the center piece of the anvil is, and you drop this marker on that target, the bullseye, with the coyote lying down on it.
You've got it.
You guys have had too much time to think.
Not too much time. We've been busy, but it's we really want to make it interesting for the competitors and also for the spectators that are here to watch. And
it's going to be fun.
The weather's going to be fantastic. We just got to get the balloons in here from the competitors flying in, and it's going to be fantastic.
Outstanding. And the south will be open for landing if needed.
It's exactly what I was going to ask. Is you'll just remind people we'll have balloons landing. Just stay away. There'll be crew and some safety officials landing. Launch officials helping with those landings.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
Well, thank you for coming up because we did have some technical difficulties with Art, but I understand those problems are now solved.
Yep.
Thanks to our crack wind fire team. So let's go down to Art in the scoring zone now and get the competition underway. Thank you, Henry.
Yep. Thank you, Glenn. Thank you, everybody.
Art, go ahead, sir.
Thanks, guys, and thanks to Henry for the great explanation of what the tasks are today. So we are standing right at that special task you were just describing. Here is the bullseye with the coyote splatted in the center there. That's the one they're going to throw that marker that is in the box that is looking like an anvil. So this is that extra special fun task that you were talking about at the end of things. And as we just kind of pan around this way, you'll see the white fabric that is between us and that yellow balloon. That is the 0 of the 50. And you see that the poles, as we just kind of continue around, the poles are just on the north side of the 0. The X is on the road. And if we keep coming around, we'll see that the 50 is laid out over here. Kind of hard to tell it's a 50 from our point of view, but I think you guys had the diagram and the picture there as well to be able to show our folks what the pilots are being able to see from here. So they've got lots of things to do. It's going to be a great day to do it because the winds are so light and calm right here.
I suspect we're going to have a whole lot of balloons just kind of hanging around here, trying to maneuver, find just a little bit of something that is going to move you from one task to the other, whether it's the maximum double drops on the 5 and the 0 for the 50. Of course, you still have the X to go, the anvil box here, and the ring. So many things to do in addition to flying the balloon as we come into competition here. So we have balloons all around us. I have no idea how they're going to get here, what direction they're mostly going to come from. So we'll just have to wait and see. I think they're going to come from every direction at us, and it's just going to be a wait and see as they all attempt to get here, albeit very, very slowly. Glenn? So we continue to, there's a Rainbow Rider balloon, one of the ride balloons that took off from pretty near here and just kind of gently floating over the park. We've got a great view of all our special shapes off to the east side and our thermal airship as well. So I just kind of keep looking, see if I can see where the competitors might be coming in from today. I see Mark Sullivan's racer high overhead, a number of racers off to the west side. So that may be the direction which would make the most sense, because right here in the first 100 feet or so, the wind does continue to, it's not blowing, it's just drifting from west to east as we watch the Rainbow Riders balloon behind me. The screwdrivers landed on the south side of the field. So we're going to see these guys come in from the west, and yeah, we'll just continue to watch. Actually, I'm starting to see a lot of maneuvering now off behind me. Let's move this way and kind of look up behind me, Tommy. And so you can see that these guys are starting to drop in, come in, try and catch the exact right direction to be able to get to either the pole or the X or the target or the 50 or all of them as well. So lots of activity, lots of targets for them to aim for today, and trying to pick which one you want, if all of them, some of them, as well as fly the balloon and the row of special shapes over there. It's going to be a very interesting day as we continue to watch balloons on the west side. We think they're going to all come in from that way. Mark Sullivan up high in his red Spiral Racer. He won the Sid Cutter Memorial on Tuesday, apparently won it. Came in, threw the marker right in the boat, had a great line, and now he is going to be dropping down, as are a number of the other racers that are out here as well, and some shapes as well. So while we are officially underway with our competition, we're just getting to the first couple of balloons that'll be coming down. Again, on the far west side of the field, the red Spiral Racer with black and white and yellow, Mark Sullivan and his Code Red Racer, descending right over the road and not getting any direction back to the east yet. That will be probably a little bit lower on the field. Seems like a lot of the balloons that once they get to the west side of the field, starting a descent, I kind of feel like a whole bunch of them have dropped down, but nobody on an immediate pass at the moment. So again, a special shapes day today and tomorrow. Kids Day today. Poles on the north end of the target. We'll get Glen to show us one of those rings a little bit later in the morning. We've laid out a big 5-0 for 50 years and have created that as a target. calling it a maximum double drop. So you need to get the same color markers, you have 2 of them, and you need to get them as far apart as possible, yet one of them must be inside the 0 and the other must be inside the 5. And then the fun one, which is we're standing right next to the big bullseye target on the ground, well, they will drop an anvil, or at least a marker in a box that kind of looks like an anvil. So as I continue to watch balloons maneuver, there's still lots of directions up there. Little south, little north, still some east. The east is very low, and it has a little bit of a north component, I think, to it. A number of balloons still fairly high overhead. If they run out of patience, they may just drop their marker from up there. And you don't have to worry too much about momentum today. On Tuesday, if you were with us, you may remember that we had balloons coming in and the speed was a little quick. And so as you drop your marker, the baggie is moving at that speed and continues to move at that speed for a little bit before gravity overpowers that forward momentum. Today, you're not going to have much momentum, so you're going to want to be almost directly over where you want to drop that marker, whether it's the center of this bullseye, on the corner of a 5 or a 0, or right over that X. The same thing's going to happen with the poles and the rings. You really are going to have to be right there by it, or have a very lucky frisbee-type toss of your ring to get over the pole. So we've been watching Mark Sullivan because he's been the one doing most of the maneuvering. He has gone back up high to attempt to get a little more a different direction, a different place. He was coming in on the fun target here, the bullseye, but the money is on the poles. $2,000 on each pole. If you're the only one that rings that pole, you win the $2,000. If multiple people get on the pole, they will split the $2,000. All right, so we have a marker in hand, high overhead, the spiral, kind of the zigzag spiral balloon. Here comes the marker. Spiraling straight down. And just off the edge of the 0. And now the balloon continuing to come down. Now he's got another marker in hand. And there's another racer farther to the north of that. Big windup on the spiral one. He lets that go. That's an orange one. That's one he really wants to get inside the 0. And it's about 12 feet outside. A Kubitschek racer coming down from the south. Yeah, getting all of a sudden, lots of them. And right behind us here, Tommy. So this Kubitschek balloon racer with the stair-step pattern. Just gently bringing the balloon down. He's right here by the special target. Still trying to maneuver. Kind of line up for this one as well as the 0. Now he's got the anvil, winding up the anvil, tossing the anvil in the second ring. And now making it just as he heads right for the 0, part of the maximum double drop competition. So the idea here is to put a marker inside the 0
and a different marker inside the 5. So he's winding up on the 0. That's in there. The 5 is back off to his right and almost behind him. And there's the X in the center of the field, just a little hand toss. Nicely done, within probably 12 inches of the center of the X. And now he's got to try and get that orange one, winding it up to see if he can get it back inside the 5, and he does! So he has scored on the special bullseye, on the maximum double drop, and on the X. We'll see if he goes for a pole as well. Great job by that rainbow stair-step pattern, big Kubitschek balloon name at the bottom.
Up high.
So there's the strategy to kind of come in low. That one was to come in from the south. From high, a marker in the orange, blue, again, step-step, stair-step pattern going up. And then the more yellow and orange, white, brown, green at the bottom, making a descent into the field fairly quickly on the west side. Starting to get pushed more to the north. So the direction from south to north right here on the field seems to be the one that's working at the moment, because this is light and variable. It will obviously change as we go throughout the day. We're going to watch G Daddy. That would be Tomas Hora.
I broke my gloves today.
Keep an eye on them for a ring, as well as the one to the west of them. Meanwhile, that Kubitschek racer that came through and hit all the targets, climbing back up to see if they might have another pass on things. Looks like we're going to get a marker thrown on the 0. And the Kubitschek racer dropping back in on the north end. Tomas in the G Daddy registered balloon may have a really good pass on that pole.
Oh, he
got
the ring.
Did it go down the pole?
Yes, he did.
Yeah. So Tomas Hora, G Daddy, rings the pole. And a quick descent here on the northwest side of the field.
That pole, of course, is worth $2,000, Art. And if if Tomas is the only pilot who ends up on it, and one of our viewers, Nina Lee, was asking how much to bring Glen, meaning me, and I can only say that there's not a whole lot of prize money on me this morning. Fortunately, too, I'm well away from the action here on the rooftop studio, while you're ringing you might be worth more money for all I know.
I'm not near the poles. I'm standing right by the bullseye target out here this morning. And as you had stepped away, we had a multicolor stair step, a lot of light colors, Kubitschek racer, which I couldn't identify who that was, come through, drop the anvil on the bullseye, throw a marker on the maximum double drop. He hit the 0. Then he caught the X in the middle and still managed to get a marker back on the 5. So scoring on
both baggies he needed to score in the maximum double drop, scoring on the X, and scoring on the bullseye as well. The only thing he didn't get out here was a pole.
I actually, I was here watching that. I was already back on set as you were announcing it, and I was just looking, trying to give you a quick ID on that pilot, but that racing balloon is not in the spotter app, so can't help you with that, unfortunately.
I'm sure our scoring officials caught a banner, and we'll figure it out at some point throughout the morning.
Oh, I'm sure he'll get credit for it. I was just going to try to help you with an ID there.
I understand.
But when I searched racer, a bunch of them came up, and that one did not. So maybe I'll try a different search. Let's see.
Search for Kubitschek.
Okay.
That'll only bring you 100 or so as well.
Well, that won't take me long to scroll through then.
So, dark blue, light blue, little pink and white accents, regular shaped balloon, dropping in on the north end of the field. But what has happened here, Glenn, is that there is a layer now that is pushing the balloons to the north. So if you come down right over the center of the target area, by the time you drop through that, you're probably going to drift north of all of the targets. And so you want to come down from the south side. And our clown balloon with the Olaf registration number is doing just that. He's a little high as he comes in over the south end of the field. Let me kind of turn around and we'll let maybe Tommy can get up that direction. So we see him coming in. He's going to come in just to the west of the bullseye target, which lines you up also nicely for the 0 in the 50. So let's see what they do. Now would be a good time to throw the anvil if you're gonna.
He doesn't have it with him. Your best flight ever.
No anvil marker there. So we'll watch him fly along the edge of the 0. Looks like they're getting good pictures from the Olaf balloon. Did he?
Forgot to bring it.
I'm being told they forgot to put the markers in the basket.
Oh no.
So while you can't win if you leave it in the basket, you can't throw it if it's not in the basket. So at least they'll have pictures to be able to say they were there. They actually would have a very nice... I could have. They have a very nice line on one of the poles as well. They're going to be high, but I guess if they forgot the markers, they probably also forgot the ring.
Well, I would loan them mine, but probably not something I can do.
They did give you the one up there on the roof, so you have one to practice with now, right?
I do, and I'll probably sling it down there sooner or later.
So here comes one of the Hartzels, because we're starting to watch them come in. As we said, the direction currently, the best direction to get here is from the south. And this is the Hartzell with the silver, so that should be Joe. Not quite close enough for me to be able to pick him out yet. He's coming right over the road on the west side. And just getting in over the flagging area as well. There's another racer dropping in behind him. Big yellow eye pattern that then goes out to orange and purple and green, dropping in behind him. And the fish is coming back in as well.
They're dragging him on a ground line.
Looks like Steve Lombardi is out there too in the R&S Motorsports balloon.
Yes, he is. He was pretty high and pretty north and came down quickly. But again, as we talked about, at the moment, this 100 or 150 foot above the ground,
is taking folks to the north. And even Joe Hartzell is coming right down the west side of the field, is in that south to north, being followed right in by that other racer with the big yellow. And as I look up, I see more people trying to get farther to the east before they drop down. I think you know the round-shaped balloon that's yellow, that has the kind of the diamond pink and green checkerboard all the way around the equator. He has managed to move east and should have a pretty decent line if he were to drop down. And I'm seeing Hartzell and that other racer abort their attempt to go back up, and see, today's one of those days where you could make numerous attempts, I think, even though it's going to be a while. It's not going to be a lot of attempts because it's just going to take you too long to turn around and make the box work for you again. So the big round yellow one with the pink and the diagonal around the equator with the RPS banner on it, starting a descent. And I see Johnny Petrin in his Rainbow Racer coming down the east side, fairly high. And just a slow descent from the RPS balloon, the big yellow one. Joe Hartzell making a run on a pole out there.
Yeah, that RPS balloon you're talking about, the yellow one with the pink and teal lattice work around the banner, around the center, that is almost there. The name of the balloon, that's Anthony Haynes out of Houston, Texas. Sherry Edwards-White looks like she's dropping in her racer, the white racer with the big blocks of primary colors on the top and bottom. And that looks a little bit like Dale Long's
a little too
old balloon, the round balloon there, the teal with the pink, yellow, and purple.
So we did see Joe Hartzell throw a ring. It did not catch the pole. Yes, Sherry's dropping in, and they are well north of all the targets. We continue to watch the RPS yellow balloon. It's going to have a nice shot at the 5 as part of that maximum double drop. Again, the idea is that you have to throw one of your markers in the 5, another marker in the 0, and then we measure the distance, and the maximum distance between those two is the best score. So we'll see what the game plan here is. There's a throw of the orange marker, and it's nicely inside the 5. So there's one of 2. Here comes that Kubitschek racer back around right over the top of me. Coming back for the pole, obviously, as well. Because he's thrown his markers on all the other targets. Definitely still the ability to maneuver up there.
Also high above you, Art, is the Freedom Racer, Freedom Breeze. That is Colin McClung out of Albuquerque, in that blue balloon with a white checkered pattern on the spiral and the word freedom on either side in yellow.
And he is directly over us as we watch the Kubitschek balloon make a pass. Again, he's going to be going for the poles. Actually, that's a different, this is the round Kubitschek demonstrator balloon.
not the racer one that was by before. There's Collins' markers. He's dropped 2. They bounce off the Kubitschek balloon and fall short of the 0.
I want to remind people quickly at the south end of the field, the Phillips 66 balloon is landing. And again, remember, those of you on the south end of the field here, balloons might be landing in that area, so please be aware.
So
Go ahead,
Collins' third marker that he dropped did land inside the 0. Alfred the Carpenter is coming across the field on the south end. He could drop in and have a nice run on the targets. And still lots of other maneuvering going on. Actually, Colin in the Freedom Blue and White Racer with the yellow pennants you mentioned a moment ago. 2 markers thrown already. One of them is not going to be scored because it should have been over on the 5. The other one will be scored from the X. He's got 1 inside the 0, and now he's dropping down at pole height to see if he can get to one of the poles. Here comes a marker from the yellow racer dropping in just to the south of the Freedom, and that marker squarely in the 0. There's another throw. That one would be for the X. The Lattice balloon, the yellow with the pink and teal lattice, did drop a marker on the throw as well. So he has gotten 2 markers in the maximum double drop, hitting the 5 and the 0 of the 50.
The yellow racer you're looking at, the yellow diamond in the center, right there by the Freedom balloon you've been talking about, that is Bubba Cliver out of Louisville, Texas. His balloon is called Bubba Balloon.
That's the only one, huh?
Continuing to watch lots of maneuvering going on above us with the light and variable winds that we have out here today. It's just another one of those days where patience will pay off. And being able to correctly predict the little variances and time it nicely to be able to get to the target. So our launch director is walking the Phillips 66 balloon over to the side where they can deflate that. And the thermal airship continuing to circle around the field over on the east side right now.
It looks like a lot of the shapes down on the north end of the field have deflated or beginning to, while quite a few of them are still standing here at the south end, although Speedy Bird has taken down, as has the VW bus. It came in landing down here, beeping on its horn, which was kind of a fun thing to see.
And the ice cream cone is melting. The gnome.
The gnome is melting?
Yes, it is. It's just kind of coming back down to ground, just like he was going to lay down and take a nap. Hey, we talked about the Seasons balloons the other day, when the round balloon up that has the depiction of the 4 seasons.
Yeah.
I see both Mr. Winter, the snowman, and Sunny Boy standing up over on the far east side of the field along the line there of special shapes. Okay, some more attempts coming in on us. 2 tones of blue with the white and pink accents. Dropping in quickly, getting a little push to the west, which isn't going to help. We talked about the light and variable. That west wasn't there a while ago, and now all of a sudden it is. So being pushed off to the west side of the field. And we want to kind of keep an eye on the zigzag pattern that has kind of a single white zigzag with red and then the greens and blues. Making a run on the poles out there. My best angle says, actually they've gone past it, so they've not able there. And the two-tone blue with the pink and the white. 4 feet off the ground, 3 feet off the ground, attempting to get something back to the east right here. And it seems to be just to the north. Here we come, dropping in from above. Here comes a marker down, a second marker, as people are dropping from high if they get too far. All right, I thought 5 baggies coming out of 2 balloons there, all at once. In fact, it looked like one of those might have been the anvil that got dropped way over there, but inside the 0 over there, and possibly in the 5. Here comes the candy corn colored balloon, the red, orange, yellow, making a drop right on from high above my position.
Yeah, Art, that is Corn Nuts is the name of the balloon. That's Travis Gauthier here, who is here from Waterford, Michigan, part of the Gauthier family. The Gauthier family includes Joey and Guy Gauthier, Travis, and tragically...
These are those favorite shots I like. Yeah.
Their late brother, Ted, who was killed in an aircraft accident some months ago, unfortunately. He was honored at the BFA meeting on Saturday, no, Sunday.
Here comes the anvil from Corn Nut on the fabric, just outside the red ring. It's got the orange markers in hand. Those are the ones you want to throw on the 5 and on the 0. That two-tone blue with the pink and white that we talked about has now managed to get a little bit of east and has gotten himself over the 0.
He's going to make a green cross right there.
We may have a ring attempt coming up.
You're going to kiss.
He's got the ring in his hand. I can kind of tell by the body language, he just missed. But Cornut just throws one of his markers into the 0. Almost, it's very difficult to keep track of who threw what marker where. Our scoring team going to have a lot of sorting out to do. Of course, they will measure all of those, record all of those, and then they can sort things out that way. But as I look, there are a number of orange markers in the 5, in the 0. Again, that's the maximum double drop competition. You need a marker in each of those numbers, and the maximum distance, so the farthest out you are, is the best score on the maximum double drop, which is the 50 we have laid out here. And then there's an X in the center that is its own target in its own right. It's where we measure the maximum double drops from. 5 poles across there. Tomas Hora already picking up one of those. And then, of course, our bullseye, which we're standing nearby. And there are 2 of the anvil boxes on the target. Let's go over and get a shot of one of these. So we're on the edge of the bullseye here. Let's just pan down to this, Tom. We're on the edge of the target. There's the Acme Anvil Corporation box. You can see it's a baggie inside of it with the tail coming out. So that is the competition on this special target here, the Coyote Splat in the center of the bullseye here, bringing back the entire Roadrunner Coyote theme, carrying it right on through the entire theme that we've been carrying on at this number 50. You may be able to see there is one box just in the just inside the second Bleck ring. So this is the fun target. I'm not sure what prizes will be awarded for here. The maximum double drop hitting the 50 is for overall competition points, as is the X, and then the rings, of course, for cash. So the RNS sport balloon dropping in here, Glenn, looks like he may have a decent line on everything. If he can get the direction just changed, then it's going to bring him through very nicely.
That'll be Steve Lombardi out of Canton, Texas, or thereabouts.
So he's got one marker in his hand. He's got another marker in his teeth. Oh, and he's got the ring around his neck. So he is prepared for all of them. There's the anvil box. That's the closest one so far. Now he's winding up on the orange. And that is nicely in the 5 and pretty far away from the X, which is exactly what you want to do. Now he's winding up on the X. There goes the yellow marker to the X. And that's a decent throw. So we need another one on the orange. And he's going up. I'm wondering if that'll be a second pass. We've got the Racer, the blue with the yellow, and the words The Racer. It's going to come right in over the west side of the bullseye. And then the regular shaped balloon with the black equator and the rainbow color vertical bands. And Johnny Petrin, who was way east of the field a few minutes ago, is now coming down the west. There's a bullseye on the bullseye from the Racer. Banner number 100. So 2 balloons at a time making a pass. Here's the windup of the orange from the Racer. And just the toss from the other. Boom, boom, right next to each other. And from the Racer, there's a toss on the 5 and a drop on the X. So 3 good drops from the Racer.
Speaking of racers, check the pilot ID on this one coming in, the rainbow one, because I just discovered both Johnny Petrin and Casey Schwimmer are flying balloons that look almost identical, and I don't have a banner number on that to help you.
68. Looks like Johnny.
Yeah,
in the basket.
that's Johnny. I can recognize him on the feed now.
Yep. There's his anvil throw. Boom! Bounced off the center. And he's aiming right for the X, which gives him the ability to hit the 5 and the 0 at the same time. Oh, there's the windup. Caught in the crown line.
Caught in the crown line.
How many times have we said that? He's in the 0. He's on the X. And there's a windup. Waiting to get as far away as he can. And it's nicely inside the 5. So the X, the 5, the 0, and the bullseye for Johnny Petrin.
Wonder if he's going to climb now and try to get back around and go for a pole.
With the wind direction, it's going to be extremely difficult to do all of these in one pass. So that would be a great strategy. Hit the targets on one pass through here, then go back around and come back for the pole. So it looks like you're going to have a blue and white spiral racer drop down right in front of you while we watch this mostly black regular shaped balloon with the equator in rainbow colors getting a little bit of direction in for the maximum double drop. Looks like banner number 209. He has thrown his anvil box well off the target. I'm not sure how far out they will measure that one.
That blue and white checkered racer spiral is actually landing here at the southern end. So again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're in the southern end of the field, be aware some balloons are landing in this area. And I think that's the flying squid of Scott Hutchinson.
That's what it looked like to me. So this black one has thrown a marker towards the X and dropped on the 0. There goes his one that should go on the 5. It's also on the 0. So, but you have to get both of those, one on the 5, one on the 0 to compete in that. And just a little bit high although he's dropping down, he's going to try a ring toss. This could be good. This could be good. Yeah. So we appear to have another pole wrong with the ring from the basic black balloon, the rainbow checkerboards around the equator.
By the way, Art, just a little bit of a sideline to this competition. On the anvil box, I noticed the one that Henry Rosenbaum brought me, they are taped shut, so there would be no opportunity for the pilots to add a bit of weight.
They have it.
In case anyone thought of doing that. Just noting.
Okay, so at least there are 5 of those anvil boxes on the target area. 3 of them have broken open, 2 so much so that we can see a nice tail coming out of it. The one that is the closest to the center, basically on one of the Coyote's legs, is still sealed, as is another one over there as well. So some of them are just throwing those. We had that whole deal about whether the marker should be unfurled or not. Obviously the idea is you can just throw the entire box on this one. I've not seen the official rule list about how that works on this target.
Well, now the one that Henry shared with me does have a streamer tail coming out of the box. It's taped shut, but it has a long streamer tail out of the box, so I would have thought they all were that way. Maybe not.
Okay, interesting, because basically 3 of the ones on the target here, the baggie is almost completely, if not completely, inside the box.
Yeah, I will be curious then to get some kind of ruling from scoring on that, because like I say, mine is taped shut that I have here on the set, but it does have, the weighted part of the marker is in the box and taped shut, but the streamer tail is definitely hanging outside the box.
Well, we have a mix down here on the target. I can't wait to see some of the pictures from the balloons that are flying in, what this looked like from the air. So a whole lot of balloons off to the west and moving to the north. Although as you look up, you see a whole lot of balloons, including a number of racers. that I think are still trying to figure out how to get there. I see Zarek Wells up there. I see Thataway up there. A couple of the others that were in on the competition who got here and scored on Tuesday. They're up there, and we can just watch the maneuvering going on.
Yeah,
as they attempt different altitudes.
I can see Ken Drawn in that group out there. One of the Hartzels is out there. Meanwhile, high over your head, almost a little to the west of you, though, Johnny Petrin did climb very high. Excuse me, and looks like he is maybe slightly descending, but I think he's trying to line himself up to come back for a run at the poles since he had such a good run on the targets already. Meanwhile, the Spirit of Fiesta balloon is up there high as well.
Yes, and those guys that are up there, the Fiesta and Johnny Petrin and a few others, are going to have to find a little more south before they come back down. In fact, the Fiesta balloon now moving off to the northwest at his altitude.
Johnny's descending. I think maybe the Fiesta balloon is as well, but Johnny certainly is descending now. Meanwhile, approaching from the south is Pat Fogue in the IMTS balloon, that orange balloon with those multicolored swatches on their swaths on the side of it.
Thank you.
I was just going to mention him. He has a great line to come right over the top. He's a little high right now, but he's got a great line. Another one who could have a good line is much lower, one of the red, white, and blue balloons.
I see that.
He's a little bit closer to the target and us than Pat is in IMTS. So we're going to watch those two. They should be the next ones in on the target area. Pat in IMTS has a little more northeast, while the red, white, and blue one is kind of a north-northeast. So that difference of 400 feet or so makes a pretty good little change in direction. The red, white, and blue balloon has his orange marker in hand. That's the one he wants to throw on the 5 and on the 0. He's going to have a great line for the 0. Coming in about 4 feet off the ground. Right in the corner. That's going to be a nice distance.
That balloon, by the way,
dropped his X marker there as well.
That, by the way, Art, is Frank Anger in the balloon called America out of Tupelo, Mississippi.
And Pat in the IMTS balloon dropped his orange marker and then threw 2 more. So he has thrown 3 markers. 2 of them hit the 0. And just enough heat that he should stop the descent. But he has passed the pole. There's one more pole there in front of him. Pull the vent before you go up too far. All right. A few more regular shapes coming at us now, Glenn. Got this one with all the old Raven Aerostar colors, not quite that pattern. The yellow, the green, the blue, the red, both kind of diamond points at the bottom and big blocks across the top, followed in by some little flame yellows going up into a big white equator with blue at the top. The one I just described with the blue all of a sudden seems to be moving to the west, while the rainbow colored one with the darts at the bottom and the big blocks, he's winding up to throw his orange one. Almost gets our cart. Not the target. Another baggie in hand. Let's see where they drop that one.
The balloon coming to you, Art, that's blue
Oh,
on
that
top,
white one
white
that a
band,
moment
kind of the flame pattern around the bottom is Penny Doll, and the balloon is called Racing with the Wind out of Roslyn Park, Kansas. Should be crossing over you in just a moment.
She just dropped her anvil marker. Yeah, she just dropped the anvil marker. She's got the red marker. She's trying to get the windup. She's kind of too far back on that to get a good windup. But the marker is in, so that's good. There goes the second marker. That should be for the X. And I don't see one coming down to the 5. And headed right to the Fiesta thermal airship balloon, actually coming right in over the spectators on the east side of the field. So pay attention on the east side of the field. Do not get in front of the balloon as it comes in. Our launch director team there. Grabber put some weight on. Nice landing after a decent pass on the targets.
Looks like the airship's going to come in and make a run past the poles.
I wonder if there's enough maneuverability in the passenger compartment there to actually be able to toss a ring from there.
Well, we might find out here in a minute if they have a ring.
Hey, if they don't, we do. And we can pick a pole that nobody's on, so we get the full $2,000.
There you go.
The wind has just shifted a little here on the field and blowing a little stronger and more to the east. We kind of saw that with Penny coming in on her balloon. I'm seeing it in the flags on the west side of the field. And our big bullseye target here, the corner, is trying to blow around just a little bit. So our scoring team working to secure that.
Well, in most of the balloons that I
So
can
the target
see,
is open.
Sorry, most of the balloons I can see on the west side of the field that are down low are now really moving at a pretty decent clip toward the south. They're not getting a lot of east across the field. They're moving kind of parallel to the targets, it looks like.
Yeah, it's right on the surface here again, is coming right off the west directly towards me at our concession row, but balloons that are literally 75 or 100 feet up are moving to the north. If you look at the kind of the yellow one with the red verticals that's going right across, almost across the west lot, just north of the pilot briefing tower, he's going to land right there. This other red, white, and blue one that's coming in, that may be Craig Pendleton. He's still working. He's now low enough to move out of that north and into the east, which should blow him right across the zero and potentially to one of the poles. So we're going to continue to keep, yeah, that's Craig Pendleton in this red, white, and blue one. So here's that east direction while everybody else, another balloon height up, is going north. There's a really nice, just place it inside the O. And remember, you want to be as far out in the zero as possible because it is a maximum double drop. Looking to get another marker. This one will be for the X. So a little wind up and throw that to the X. That'll be a decent score. And can he get another orange one back into the 5 of the 5-0? That would be the other part of the maximum double drop. So I don't see him reaching for a baggie, though.
I didn't either.
I think he's looking to maybe he's reaching for something. Or is he just pulling on the vent line?
Probably looks like he's going to land on the east there.
Yeah, I think he was pulling on the vent line. It looks like he is going to land right there. Looks like we have launch directors right there with him.
coming in right on the other side of the flagging for a landing. And they have him, and all is well.
Also looks art from our perspective up here. There are several balloons that have landed right along tramway, up along the roadway on the easements there.
You are correct. Scores. So there are a handful of balloons that look like they are in position to still be able to get here. I'm not sure the box is working to be able to quite get back here, but we have some that have already gotten themselves in a position to get here. And by my watch, they have another 22 minutes or so to get here. And our scoring team is actually out here already starting to measure the anvil drops right from the belly button of the Coyote. Tammy, is there a rule on the streamer being out of the box or in the box? Doesn't matter on this one. The marker has to be in the box, and you're measuring to the closest part of the box from the belly button. Perfect.
Yeah,
so there's our answer on the streamer in the box, Glenn.
The marker has to be in the box. Does it have to be fully enclosed in the box, or just the weighted part of the marker?
Just the weighted part.
Okay.
Yeah, so they have to be attached. The weighted part still needs to be in the box. They're measuring to the closest part of the box. And it doesn't matter if the streamer part comes out or stays in.
Okay, all right, thank you for that.
That is the word from our chief scoring official, Tammy Luna. In fact, it's the head honchos that are doing the measuring on this bullseye target. We have our chief scoring official, Tammy, and our assistant chief, Rita Brennan. And then one of the other assistant chiefs, Jay Luna, out here. They're the ones measuring the anvil on the bullseye competition. So now I'm thinking, unless they, well, I'm kind of watching this racer. You know what? The winds on the field here are shifting to the southeast. Just, 3 minutes ago, they were coming fast at me to the east. Now they're starting to shift to the northeast. So all those guys out there, they could drop down and come back to the field from the northeast corner. Don't give up yet. Right out there on the northwest corner of the field, the yellow one with some orange and white, kind of an eye pattern there. That's Dave Eichhorn, his balloon Marauder's Mark. And I'm wondering if he's seeing the wind change direction. Yeah, but as our cameraman Tom is pointing out, the flags where we are pointing to the south. They seem to still be pointing to the east at the north part of the field. So we're definitely seeing this wind change happening. Wow. Flags blowing to the south here. Partway up, they're blowing more southeast, and farther up, they're still blowing east. So something's coming through. But we have a spiral racer directly off to the east. It has a black and white, and then it goes to the green, to the orange, and the yellow. I think he is seeing and riding a wind path from the west to the east, because now all of a sudden he's coming towards us.
So we continue to watch as the clock counts down on our Special Shapes Rodeo Day. Looks like all of our shapes have set down. It's also Kids Day here at the Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta. Kids Day presented by KOB TV4. Competition winding down, ends at 10 o'clock this morning. And Glen, it's nice to see blue sky above us.
You know, Art, it is awfully nice to look up and see blue sky. You got to kind of look through the clouds to see it, but it's up there.
I almost need my sunglasses out here.
Well, actually, I have mine on, so that's the benefit of me being here with my bag. I don't know if you have yours down there with you, but I've got mine on for a little while. Between the sunlight coming out suddenly and still having the TV lights on, yeah, they certainly help.
My sunglasses are still in the car.
Well, that's what PAs are for. So, you know, Art, as I look, I don't see many that I think maybe have a chance to get here. We still got about, what, 15, 20 minutes left? Let me look at my watch. Yeah, about 18 minutes left. Do you see others that might have a chance at scoring?
I've been watching this Rainbow Spiral Racer to our west, and I thought, for a while there, he was coming at us. Remember those flags I told you were going to the south?
Yeah.
They're going to the northeast already again. So something just kind of came through here to kind of change directions on a lot of things. I think he had a shot. I don't think that racer does. There is a kind of one of the bulbous Cameron Vivas with white and then the rainbow colors around the equator that is now coming towards us. The issue will that direction hold until he can get all the way over? He's got a little ways to go to get to the park yet. And then the other one that I think might have a chance still is the blue one with the moon silhouettes on it.
He is literally just to my left now. I'm looking right through the tree to the left of our rooftop studio, and I can see that balloon. He's got a ways to go, but now, you know, we've got a good 15 minutes left.
And there is another one you may not be able to see farther south and farther west, basically yellow with blue and red alternating vertical patterns. I should remember the name of that balloon. I know that you'll know it once you see it. But those are the three that are left out there that, from my vantage point, have any hope of being able to get to the target.
Okay.
Now, that racer we've been talking about has managed to come back over the edge of the field, but by the time he did, he's north of our targets.
Yeah, and that's what I was seeing, is that everybody that that might still have a line to it look like they're well north of the target, except, as you say, the blue one with the moon, and I cannot see that other balloon you were mentioning. It's not in my line of sight. You do have one.
It's still going to be south of you.
If you look right straight up, you do have, I believe that's the Arkansas balloon that is way up high directly over you. He may be too far north. I can't tell from here.
He is. If you look farther out, you see Zarek farther out as well.
Yeah, I do see
Still
Zarek.
trying to find something to come back, but
okay.
We need to keep an eye on the blue one with the moon, because that's the one that's going to have the best line.
Okay.
The other blue one is starting to move north.
I do see that blue one now. You were talking about the Cameron, the Cameron Viva there. He was behind our interview set, and I couldn't see him, but he's emerged now.
And there is still one more, that yellow with the blue and red, that might be starting. Well, it's going to line up with the banner there as well, but he's still pretty far south.
but if he can make, he's got a great line. It's just going to take him a while to get here on it, and I have like 12 minutes left.
Well, the other question is, will that line stay there? Because we've seen how variable it's been all morning long, and if he's a long distance out, by the time he gets here, the wind may well indeed change, and his line would disappear.
Exactly. The dark blue versus the not as dark blue east.
Rob, heads up.
This way. Yeah, so we're going to get both these guys coming in about the same time. There's the anvil box throw. There's the throw on the 0. Good throw there. It's going to come right over the X. And he's going to look to throw on the 5, I think. Going to try and get to the corner, because remember, it's the maximum distance. Looks like it stayed in. That's good. What I didn't see was a throw on the X.
By the way,
the blue balloon with the moon on it has moved, has gotten too far south of things.
The Cameron Viva that just came through, the blue with the rainbow colors and white accents, white and black in the center, that is Sky Star, and that is Joe Seegers out of Dunk, Belarus. One of our international pilots.
All right.
And I'm still searching and scrolling through blues to find the moon, and I haven't found him yet.
And he's going to land kind of inside the flagging, but outside the scoring area. And that leaves us really just one balloon that I see who has a hope of being here with less than 10 minutes left into the competition.
And what balloon would that be that you think has a shot still?
Yellow balloon off to the southwest, blue and red vertical alternating panels. You may be able to see it directly west of you, other than we have a banner up there. I don't think, based on the speed, the distance he's closed, that he can make it here in the next 8.5 minutes.
Yeah, I can't.
But that would be about the only one.
Oh, okay, we've got him on our feet. I can't see him with my line of sight. See if I can get us an ID on that one.
I recognize it, but my brain is not pulling up the name of the balloon or the pilot.
I understand how that happens with some 650 balloons to try to remember.
Well, not only the 650 that are here, including the 120 special shapes that we have. As you know, we both announce balloon rallies in other parts of the country, and other balloons are there. And then living here in Albuquerque, where there are a couple of hundred balloons here, I see a lot of balloons during the weekend, and those pilots, many of them don't fly Balloon Fiesta because they have given up the opportunity to fly to come out here and be navigators, whether they're launch officials, our zebras, our scoring officials, our safety officials. Many of the pilots that we fly and I see flying every weekend here in Albuquerque, I see them all out here performing some sort of function so that all of those other pilots from other parts of the country and the world can come here and fly. So yeah, I should know all these balloons, right? But again, most of them are from elsewhere. A lot of us locals are out here doing other things, and very happy to do that.
Yeah, and as you say, I'm the same way. We announce events all over the country, and in my case, also in the UK. And so I see hundreds and hundreds of balloons, and many of them, you know, are pilots that I know personally, and so I know their balloons very well. Others are balloons that I only see once a year, for example, here at Fiesta. And as much as they may seem memorable, they don't always jog enough of the memory to call up a name and an ID right away. Okay, I've got him now. That's actually the balloon called Flying Circus, and that is, clean my iPad screen here, that'll be Neil Jackson, who Art is from Albuquerque.
Well, you know, as soon as you said Flying Circus, because I kept thinking it's got something to do with some fun activity, something like circus. And yeah, and I knew it was, yeah, it was just, you know, it was right there. So we are standing at the center of the X. So remember, this was a target as well as the measuring point for the maximum double drop. And you can see all the different measuring tapes that our scoring team has here, because they have to measure out into the zero. If Tom goes that way, there's the zero, and all of those markers in there have to be measured from the center of this X. Those tapes that were going the other way are measuring to the 5, and it is the maximum distance between the marker in the 0 and the 5 that will get you the best score in this maximum double drop. And then, of course, the other measurement from the center of this X is to the baggie that was dropped on this X. So 3 baggies in this competition alone, 2 in the maximum double drop, 1 on the X. Then we've already been talking a lot about the anvil drop. That was on that bullseye we showed you a few minutes ago. And just beyond me are 5 poles. And we're going to walk out there real quickly and show you what the pole looks like. So we're going to give it back to you while we walk a few hundred feet to get out to the poles.
All right, while you do that, I was just talking with the truck because we want to talk about what's coming up tonight. So maybe we can throw up that graphic of tonight's schedule, and I can run down through that quickly. This evening, 3 o'clock is the AIBF chainsaw carving. We haven't talked a lot about it. We did mention it yesterday. That's going on in those pointed tents down at the far north end of the field. The chainsaw carving contest, as well as they auction and sell off a number of their wares, so that's a great place to spend some time. At 5 o'clock at the Main Street stage will be the Pleasure Pilots performing. Also jumping at 5 o'clock, Team Fast Tracks, our skydiving team sponsored by the city of Las Vegas, New Mexico. They are here on the roof with me right now getting some gear set up. That'll be 5 o'clock. We'll be live with that on the PA here on the field. And then typically we will rebroadcast that later for our live feed. Let's see, 6 o'clock is the start of tonight's special shape Rodeo. All of these great shapes that you saw this morning, many of them static here on the field, will be involved in a balloon glow tonight. 7:30, Team Fast Tracks is back with their pyrotechnic jump in the dark, again sponsored by the city of Las Vegas, New Mexico. 7:45, our aerial show. That's the top secret drone program we've been talking about that is no longer so top secret, sponsored by Sandia Resort and Casino. That'll be at 7:45. At 8 o'clock, of course, will be the Afterglow fireworks show, and also on the Main Street stage, live entertainment from Daryl Perry at 8 o'clock. So all of that coming up this evening as we're back to our two-a-day schedules with morning and evening events today, tomorrow, and again on Saturday before our final Mass Ascension on Sunday. So that's a quick look at what's coming up later tonight once we are done in the next few minutes here on the field with this morning's competition. Hey, I see some of the mounted patrol out there around the target with you, Art, and I think Art is now at the pole, so let's go back down onto the field. Art?
Thanks, Glenn. We did make our way a little bit farther north to one of the poles. This is the pole that Tomas Hora managed to get his ring over way up at the top, and here it is, evidence that you can indeed ring a pole, and this is the only ring on this pole, which means that ring, that toss, that flight worth $2,000 to Tomas Hora for getting to the pole here. This competition, of course, started in the early days by putting keys on the top of a pole, and you grab the keys and you won a new car. Well, that went on for many years and many different variations. Over the last few years, it has evolved to the ring the pole deal. We don't lose so many car keys that way.
And I can tell you, Art, that ring may be worth $2,000. The one I have in my hand is probably worth about $2.
Actually, I think it's worth 10 because if you don't turn the ring back in, they charge you $10 for every scoring device. So $10 is what that one's worth.
Well, since I wasn't assigned to this ring, I'm not sure anybody other than Henry knows I have it. So I just might keep it as a 50th souvenir.
Well, actually, that one's signed out to me. So if you take it, you owe me $10. Oh.
Okay.
So we're just going to continue to watch out to the north of me this way, on this, kind of in the center of the road, that group of red folks over there. That's where the smoke will be set off in, by my watch, just over 30 seconds. That will signal the official end of the competition.
Yeah, I'm looking at
and
some
you're
of the...
right, the mounted patrol folks. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, I was looking at some of the comments on the on our Facebook page. Somebody mentioned that they saw one of the anvil boxes, but it didn't have the tail outside of it, and you had already addressed that as long as the weighted part of the box was still in the box, it didn't matter if the tail was out or inside of the box. So that just clearing that up for our viewers. As long as the weighted part of the baggie was still in the box, the streamer could either be in the box or out of the box. Either way, it will score.
That is absolutely correct. That's one of those fun competitions that we had. And one of our scoring of safety officials has now set off the smoke, indicating that the competition is officially over for today. So what a great day this has turned out to be. Exciting competition, challenging yet great conditions for pilots to get here as the winds continued to change. In fact, I think we're still watching the smoke. Even the smoke is kind of changing directions as we watch it.
It has been an amazing morning. You know, we were still dealing with cloud cover and whatnot as we arrived early this morning pre-sunrise, but got a great Special Shapes Rodeo. A number of them flew. Many others, of course, stayed static on the field. And then, as you say, a really challenging day of competition where our scoring officials and our flight directors not only challenged the pilots with that, for example, maximum distance double drop on the 50, representing our 50th anniversary, but then also had some fun with that great relationship we have with the Coyote, the Roadrunner, the Chuck Jones Creative Center, et cetera, that we've been talking about by incorporating the anvil drop and the bullseye target with the Coyote. Doing some sunbathing. I'm not sure he got much of a tan today, however.
No, a little more of a kind of a splat. I mean, he actually is holding kind of a sign there. I don't know if it says ouch or what it says. That would be one of those that we kind of take another look at maybe as we go by on our way back. But again, yes, a great day of competition. You know, the maximum double drop is a competition that we see at the serious competitions, except the design of the scoring area is usually 2 triangles. So to change that up and to put a big 50 on the field and make each number the actual scoring area kind of made this a little bit special in that particular competition. And then, of course, we talked about this the other day. In the very early days of Balloon Fiesta, while we had competition and we threw different things like Kodak boxes and beach balls and ping pong balls and all kinds of tumbleweeds and all kinds of other things, this was a throwback to that. Throw the anvil, the box with your marker in it, on the bullseye. Goes back to something Bob Ruppenthal said in the very early days. The person who wins at Fiesta is the person who has the most fun. And that we tried to bring some of that back this year, especially with our bullseye competition, as well as the other things that we're doing here at Balloon Fiesta Park.
Absolutely, and we have a gentleman who's just joined me here on the tower. I don't know how much more time we have left in the truck. Maybe you can tell me. Tomas, come around this side real quick. And Tomas Hora has joined me here on the tower, and as you just pointed out, he got that ring on the pole for $2,000. So, Steve, if you can tell me in the truck, we have a couple of quick minutes. We'll do a quick interview with him here on the tower. Take that right there. He's standing right here with me. So, Tomas, first of all, congratulations. What was it like? What was the feeling as you got to the pole and got that ring right around the top?
It's a fantastic feeling. It's incredible. It's the second time I made this, you know, so this time I was especially proud to make it. Since I didn't do good the last competition, I concentrated only on the poles because the competition is gone. And it worked out, you know. I had a fantastic crew down there who told me how the wind is going. And yeah, it worked out how I wanted.
Well, the winds were very variable, very variable. There I am doing what Brad T. Meyer was doing from the pilot briefing earlier this morning. The winds were quite variable this morning. How difficult was it to figure out your track to get you to the pole?
It was actually very difficult. As you said, the winds were changing. So I tried to hit the middle of the poles, you know, so I have a lot of choices to go to. And I missed the first 2, which was clear. And with the third one, I could steer. You know, there was a little bit steerage on the ground. So if you went lower, you went to the left. If you went up, you went a little bit to the right. And with this steerage, I could really make it to this pole. I then envisioned to do it.
Well, congratulations and a great job. How do you steer this thing? Well, clearly you gave us a good lesson in steering this morning. Congratulations again on your $2,000 win.
Thank you very much, Glenn. Thank you so much.
Good to see you. Tomas Hora, ladies and gentlemen, who is a pilot here from, well, I was going to say from Germany because that was your home, but now you're in Czech Republic, is that right?
That's correct. I'm from Germany. I'm German, but my employee Mercedes-Benz has sent me to Prague, where I'm now living for 4 years, maybe another 2 years. Wonderful city. Who has not visited Europe, come over. It's great.
Well, we hope to do that someday. It's great having you here amongst our international pilots. So again, congratulations, my friend. Well done.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
So Tomas Hora, ladies and gentlemen, who has the only pilot to ring a pole this morning and collect $2,000 for doing so. I was saying my ring's only worth about $2, I think. Art says it's worth 10 because if you don't turn it back in, they get charged $10. But at any rate, there you are. Have a great one. So, yeah, that was great of Tomas to step right up here. Art, any last thoughts from down on the field? I think it's about time for us to say goodbye for this morning because we got to come back and get ready for a busy night.
I'm just getting back to the field. I'm not sure if I'm muted or still open or not.
Nope, you're on.
I am, okay. Well, I'm just down below you as we just got back to the field here, back to our the bottom of our broadcast booth. I would just add my congratulations to Tomas, and good that he came up and had a chat with us about his flight in, and congratulations on winning the ring toss today. We, of course, will give all of the prizes away on Saturday at the awards brunch. You and I will be there announcing that. And we'll be recording that and putting it up, and it will be available for folks to watch shortly after that event takes place on Saturday. So from me, what a great another day here at Balloon Fiesta. And we're only halfway through it because, as you said, we got to come back tonight. We get to come back tonight and do a Special Shapes Rodeo along with all of the other activities, the fireworks, the double jump by Team Fast Tracks, and of course those of you who have not yet seen our brand new aerial display drone show that takes place at 7:45 tonight. So be sure and join us tonight. I'll let you sign off.
Okay, I was just going to do the same thing you were just in the process of doing, just run down the schedule one final time so people know what to expect tonight. Again, this evening's activity begins at 3 o'clock with the AIBF chainsaw carving down the north end of the field. 5 o'clock at the Main Street stage, musical entertainment by Pleasure Pilots. 5 o'clock also the first jump by Team Fast Track, sponsored by the city of Las Vegas, New Mexico, my apologies. At 6 o'clock will be the Special Shapes Rodeo this evening. 7:30, Team Fast Tracks returns, presented by the city of Las Vegas, New Mexico, and they'll be doing their pyrotechnic jump with their fireworks from up in the sky. 7:45, that drone show that everyone is raving about, sponsored by the Sandia Resort and Casino. 8 o'clock, our traditional Afterglow fireworks show, and music by Daryl Perry on the Main Street stage. Art and I will be here on the PA to bring it all to you. We'll also be live on Balloon Fiesta Live. So for my partner, Art Lloyd Jr., I'm Glen Moyer. Thank you for watching Balloon Fiesta Live, and thanks for being a part of the 50th anniversary of the Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta, powered by Exxon Mobil. Good day, everybody. We'll see you tonight.
You've been watching Balloon Fiesta Live, powered by Exxon Mobil. Want more balloon action? Visit the archive of all the Balloon Fiesta Live broadcasts at balloonfiesta.com. And make plans to join us in person for number 51, October 7th through the 15th, 2023. Thanks for watching Balloon Fiesta Live. This program is a production of AIBF Inc.